25,000 men and women work for the UK border. At home and abroad, their job is to seek out the lawbreakers and imposters who don't have a right to be. They are the UK border. Tonight, unearthing Britain's biggest ever immigration scandal.
No, I don't want you talking. You've been arrested. Come with me upstairs, now.
At Heathrow, the passenger looking for more than just entry to Britain.
Please give me justice. I am a real student. I am a hard worker.
Sir, justice is a big word.
And tracking down the Indian holidaymakers who never went home.
When did you come to the UK? 4 years ago. So your 6-month visit visa is well expired.
Has been expired.
Well expired.
People all over the world want to live and work in Britain. In 2008, 180,000 people applied for UK work visas. There are plenty of businesses that offer advice to those hoping to be among the lucky ones. Not all of them play by the rules.
Mornings, police. Can you come and open the door, please?
The UK Border Agency and the police have joined forces to combat companies putting in fraudulent applications to the Home Office. This morning in West London, a team led by DC Andy Cornwell are planning a dawn raid. They are targeting a company owned by an Indian national called Jatinder Sharma.
At the beginning, the intelligence was passed to us and it suggested a chap called Jatinder Sharma was supplying counterfeit educational documents to the Home Office to enable
the team believes Sharma is married to two women, Neelam
We'll have a
and
little
Raki.
overview of what's happening.
And that all three run a visa racket that has given thousands of people access to Britain who shouldn't be.
Police officers, I have a warrant to search this premises. Can you come in, please? Yes, he upstairs, is he? Right, I'll come up with you then. Hello there, sir. Are you Mr. Sharma? So if you come downstairs with us, I shall explain everything to you.
Sorry.
Sharma is a trained solicitor whose previous clients include the hook-handed Muslim cleric Abu Hamza.
Come downstairs with us.
The officers want to contain Sharma and his wives so they can't destroy incriminating evidence.
I've got a warrant to search this address for forged and counterfeit educational documents and also any articles that may be used to manufacture those documents. Okay, do you understand that? Right. Come and have a seat, madam.
What is it?
What is your name?
Raki.
Raki, have a seat in that chair for us, please.
DC Cornwell has something else on
Can you have a seat over there?
He suspects they've used deception to stay in the country.
But my colleague's got something that he needs to say to each of you first.
You're going to be arrested, okay, on suspicion of obtaining leave by deception.
Me?
Yeah. Do not say anything about harm offensive. Do not mention when questions are later in court.
In fact, yeah, Julia, this is Neelam.
Neelam, we've had info that you've been assisting a non-EU citizen to remain in the UK.
Assisting.
Neelam is suspected of endorsing Raki's fraudulent application
all
to
this is done
stay
and
in
we'll talk to
Britain.
you. Once you do not have to say anything about harming defensive, do not mention when questions are later in court. Deception.
Raki is here on a
Once
work
you do not have to say anything about harming defensive,
has
do not
never
mention
worked
when
where
questions
she's
are
supposed
something
to.
later in court. Raki, you should not be in the UK. You're under arrest for obtaining leave by deception.
Right, can you come with me then upstairs? Can you come with me upstairs? No, I don't want you talking. You've been arrested.
With Sharma and his two wives under arrest for immigration offences, the team look for evidence that they're behind the bigger crime of running a fake visa.
Do you have any documents in this building, Mr. Sharma, in this house that you shouldn't have?
Please feel free to,
Where?
because I don't do any kind of deception,
Where?
sir.
So far we've found bank statements showing large deposits. We've also got various what appears to be Indian certificates and blank letterheads, and we've also got a stamp and an ink pad for the Smile Dental Clinic. A bit tricky to read backwards, but it's Bangalore.
If the certificates and the stamps are counterfeit, it could go some way to enabling unqualified people to work fraudulently as dentists in Britain. And while there's evidence they're moving large sums of money around the world, it seems Sharma likes to keep it in the family.
And Mr. P. Sharma, that's your younger son. So your younger son is 8.
What is this?
And he owes money. His bank account's in arrears. That makes no sense.
Is it
Who?
an offence?
Sorry?
Is it a crime?
Well, it depends who's using, or who P. Sharma is.
After 2 hours of searching, the officers have found £6,000 in cash, details of bank deposits totalling hundreds of thousands of pounds, and suspected fake certificates. Now, tucked away in one of the bedrooms is perhaps the most revealing find so far.
What we found here in the bedroom is a carrier bag which contains a vast quantity of stamps, different stamps and stamp making machines. It may well be used in to facilitate defrauding the Home Office with qualifications that maybe haven't been obtained by the relevant person using them.
The raid has thrown up plenty of questions to put to Mr. Sharma and his 2 wives. And that's after only searching their home. Now the team have their sights on their business address.
What you've got here is people who are abusing the privilege of living in the UK, and that's what we're hoping to prove today in relation to these individuals.
Marvellous. See you back at Southampton.
Excellent.
Coming up,
Okay.
no
Come
option
this way.
but to release repeat offenders who play the system.
Off you go. Don't come back here. You're not permitted to work. Okay? Off you go.
And homing in on the Sharma's business leads to damning evidence.
He's not studied anywhere. He needs international graduate students, so we have to show some course.
That's fantastic.
That is the killer, isn't it?
It's estimated there are over 1 million illegal immigrants living in Britain. Many choose Britain because they believe it's a soft touch. They know the scams to stay on illegally and avoid deportation. The UK Border Agency has 38 enforcement bases whose job it is to track these people down. Today, a team in Glasgow are carrying out a raid on the Royal India restaurant in one of the city's most affluent areas. They have intelligence the restaurant is employing illegal workers.
Hi there, from immigration, if you just see my colleague there. Hi there, guys, from immigration, you want to put everything down for us, please? Make your way out here. Make your way out. Go there.
The team find 5 workers and the owner of the restaurant. An employer must make checks on his staff to ensure they are allowed to work in the UK. He can be fined up to £10,000 for each illegal worker found on his premises.
Now, once I find out what's happening with my colleagues in relation to their questioning, then I'll sit and have a wee chat with you and we'll establish if they were working here or not, okay?
First to be questioned about his immigration status is the waiter.
What nationality are you, Sharon? Indian. Do you have a passport?
I don't have any passport.
You don't have a passport? How did you get into the country without a passport?
I came and I lost my passport.
You came and you lost your passport. When did you come to the UK?
4 years ago.
4 years ago? On a 6-month visit visa?
On a 6-month.
So your 6-month visit visa is well expired?
Has been expired.
Well expired?
Yes.
Okay.
The scam of coming into the UK as a tourist and staying on to work has given this man up to 4 years of illegal employment. If his colleague was hoping to pull off the same trick, he wasn't banking on meeting the enforcement team so soon.
And how long have you been in the UK?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks? Do you have permission to work?
I don't know.
How long have you been working here?
Today.
1 day.
For this Indian man found in the kitchen, an encounter with immigration while at work is nothing new.
Do you have a passport? Why don't you have a passport?
I am signature in your office, Ibrox.
You're reporting to immigration at the moment. Why are you reporting to our office? Have you been spoken to by immigration before?
Yes, Indian restaurant,
Killamant Polo Club. this gentleman here was actually encountered by myself on a previous visit to a restaurant on the opposite side of Glasgow about 8 weeks ago. He was then arrested at that point and served papers as an illegal entrant. Those papers would have told him he's not permitted to work, so here we found him yet again working illegally.
When the team arrested the worker last time, they could not find his passport and so were unable to remove him from Britain. All they could do was release him on bail.
The documentation that was issued to you when you were last encountered by immigration must have told you you were not allowed to work. You're not permitted to work.
I'm starting this morning.
You're starting this morning?
The men do not appear to be fazed by being caught working illegally. And this worker has a familiar tale to tell.
I'm at a wee curry shop, Australian.
Ashton. Oh, wee curry shop?
Wee curry shop.
Last week?
Before Tuesday.
Tuesday? Okay, how long have you been in the UK?
9-10 years.
9-10 years.
The man has also recently been arrested by the team, and he too was released on bail and told not to work.
How long have you been working here then?
Today.
Today? How much you get paid?
No pay.
If the man is not being paid, he must be working as a volunteer. It's certainly a story the owner wants to promote.
What's the point? Okay, so you don't pay him any money? No. What does it get? What does it get in return?
He only came in today. I haven't paid him any money yet.
Okay. No, that's fine. But would you be paying him any money if he was here tomorrow?
No, I wouldn't.
No. So what does he get in return for his employment?
He says he's going to have a food. You know that.
So he gets food basically, yeah?
I know that, but I wasn't paying him anyway. He wasn't employed.
Okay.
Okay, Harvey.
As the illegal worker arrested last week is already on bail, and the team still don't have the documents they need to remove him from the UK, all they can do is release
Is
him.
your jeans and that as well?
Shows how scared they are of us. Caught him last week.
Yeah.
We issued him a letter to the paper and say, look, you're not allowed to work, you're in the country legally. What does he do? He goes straight back out and get another job. It's
Okay. How long were you intending to work for? Months? Years?
No.
Until you get caught, or?
Here? No, 4 o'clock start today.
Yeah, and that's it? You were only going to work today?
Just today.
Don't believe you. No more working? Okay?
Yes.
Time for you to go. Hello mate, that's Parveen Kumar off the premises.
The man has now twice seen the consequence of getting caught working illegally. He knows that until the enforcement team get hold of his travel documents, it pays to exploit the system and to find another job.
Okay, you need to come this way, okay?
And to the frustration of the officers, the same goes for the other illegal worker already on bail. But the owner could be hit where it hurts with a potential fine so far of £20,000. Little wonder then that he claims the men were just visiting.
Okay, so did you employ Gurwant?
No.
Okay, so again, he was encountered in your kitchen dressed in chef white.
They
So
probably wore the code, because they might think I might get dirty or something like that. But
right,
they wasn't even employed.
okay, what's happened is if he's encountered on your premises and he's witnessed in your kitchen preparing food, he's working, whether that be in return of food or in return of money, okay?
Okay, off you go. Don't come back here. Okay, so you're not permitted to work. Okay, off you go.
The men already on bail may be free to go, but the remaining 2 suspected illegal workers may not get off as light. If they are arrested and the team find their passports, they could be removed from the country within days.
That's where you live?
500 miles away, the UK Border Agency and the police continue their investigation into the Sharma's fake visa business. After a dawn raid, Jatinder Sharma and his 2 wives are brought to Southall Police Station. Evidence found in their house suggests they're involved in manufacturing bogus certificates for visa applicants.
I think you're all aware that we were quite successful this morning. We've recovered approximately 50 to 100 stamps in all different sorts of identities and for all different sorts of companies, which tend to suggest the occupiers are involved in some sort of fraud or deception against the Home Office. And we've seized bank accounts which show that they're making money from their enterprises. I think some of the accounts have got 50,000, some have got 20,000 pounds in them.
Jatinder, can you turn to your left, please, so you're facing that wall there?
The officers have plenty of questions to put to the suspects, but first they want to look for more evidence. The team believe that crucial documents will be held at Univisas, the business Sharma runs with his wives Raki and Neela.
We've just arrived at phase 2 of the operation. This is the business address of Univisas. This is where the 3 people who were arrested at the home address work. So we've got a search warrant to search this property. Again, looking for any items of documentation of interest, specifically immigration related.
On the surface, Univisas is a legitimate legal firm giving advice to overseas applicants for UK visas. The team suspect it is a front for a racket producing fake documents to help thousands of people stay in the UK illegally. It isn't long before they discover just the sort of papers they're looking for.
I'm excited about that, mate.
Oh, yes. It looks as though these are applications for visas for Chinese nationals to come here and study English. That's what it appears to be anyway. It's not something that a genuine student should need, any kind of immigration advisor. So why does this need to involve Univisas?
All very odd. The tissue of deceit continues.
In another room, there's more damning evidence with potentially alarming implications.
Another stamp for a company, obviously to legitimise fraudulent documents. As we found at the home address, you've got there's like fraudulent documentation for dentists and doctors, etc. If these people are successful, it does make you wonder: are these people working illegally in the medical industry? Are they looking after vulnerable people?
The apparent scale of Univisas' activities is even greater than the investigation team had suspected. And now, after a 3-hour trawl, the officers find evidence that leave little to the imagination. Sharma has emailed a supplier of fake educational documents on behalf of a client who wants to stay in the UK.
Fantastic, isn't it, Dave? Here we go. This is a little shopping list. We need a PG diploma for the following candidates.
Oh,
ASAP.
He's not studied anywhere. He needs international graduate students, so we have to show some course.
That's fantastic.
That is the killer, isn't it? He's very fussy and wants some accredited UK qualification. Oh, fantastic.
He's clearly paid a bit more money for that.
That's what we've been waiting for, isn't it?
Brilliant.
He's not studied anywhere. He's been in the UK for 3 years, but his leave is running out, so he needs to get onto the IGS, is the International Graduate Scheme, and this is a scheme supposedly to keep quality graduates in the UK. They can switch into employment, so we have to show some course. Might be a diploma in business administration from July 05 to October 6, and then the postgraduate diploma. So clearly that's a request for a certificate so that it matches in with a fictional study history. But in the first sentence there, hasn't studied anywhere, so it's a lie to facilitate the person's permission to stay in the country.
Combine that with the stamps that they've got next door and the stamps from the home address, I think he'll be serving a long time in prison, quite honestly.
At the Royal India restaurant, the enforcement team have had to release 2 known offenders already on bail. Now it's time to deal with the 2 other illegal workers.
Okay, car pal, through here. You're now under arrest, okay, as a suspected immigration offender. Don't have to say anything you do say may be noted, may be used in evidence. Do you understand? You're under arrest, okay?
This man is in the UK as a tourist and says he's been here 2 weeks.
Yeah, he claimed he came here with a visit visa just for a holiday, but he's now working. All his friends, families, relatives have probably been doing it, telling him, come to Britain, and you can earn some good money. So they all know how the system works. They've been doing it for years.
And the owner should know he can't employ a holiday maker from India, even if the man does just turn up at the door and offer to help.
So he came up to the back door, just wandered up to the back door and said, I've got a tourist visa, and that was it.
Well, he says, walked in and he says, can we help you out and all that, I said, well, have you got other documents? Can you work and all that, He said, I'll bring that tomorrow,
Okay. Pay him any money?
No, like I say, it only came in a couple of hours ago,
Right, Sharon, come this way, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've been arrested, okay, because you on suspicion of being an immigration offender.
The owner also denies employing the waiter who has overstayed his tourist visa by more than 3 years.
Okay, this way, sir. We're going this way, but you're going to do what we tell you to do, okay? Because what you must understand now is you're arrested, Okay, right.
Sorry about that.
The team have found 4 illegal immigrants at the restaurant. They do not believe the owner's excuses and serve him notice that he could be fined up to £40,000.
4 males have been named on this, okay? None of them have permission to work in the UK. I understand you say they're not getting paid money, but any kind of employment, whether it be paid or unpaid, is still classed as working, and it's still illegal if they've got no permission to do so, okay?
Of all the
Is he okay to
employees
return to work,
found at the
this gentleman
restaurant, only one is entitled to work. He has indefinite leave to remain in the UK.
So many restaurants employ illegals, you know. And the thing is, you've got your status now. There's lots of people who have their status, but they can't find work, and it's hard for them. So that's what we're trying to do, protect the local population, people who are, you're entitled to work here, and there's other people like you who can't get a job. Okay, good luck then. You understand what we're doing. Goodbye.
The team don't want to have to release on bail the 2 men they've arrested today, but in order to detain and remove them from the country, the officers must find their passports.
If we don't have a passport for him, we cannot remove him. We have to apply to Indian Embassy to try and get a travel document, which can take up to 6 months. We can't detain him for 6 months. So we release him, and what does he do? He goes straight back to work again.
The holiday maker is cooperative and has given an address where he's staying with relatives.
Hi there, how are you doing? From Immigration Service. Can we come in and have a quick word with you?
Yeah.
Thanks, alright.
Thank you.
But the waiter is being less helpful. He claims to have lost his passport and he can't remember his own date of birth.
Why can't you remember your birthday? Sorry? Why can't you remember your own birthday?
Sorry, I don't know.
Are you telling me the truth?
Really, I'm telling you the truth. I can't remember.
You said something about a date of birth on your passport. What do you mean by that? Why are you trying to remember the date of birth on your passport and not your own date of birth?
I can't remember that, sorry.
The man knows the less information he gives, the harder it is to remove him from the country. He has given an address where he claims to live, but he says he's never been given any keys.
This male has turned up for his first day of work today, wearing the clothes that we encountered him in, with only a mobile phone in his possession and the bus fare to get him to work this morning. I had no other possessions at the restaurant.
It's a common ruse. Illegal immigrants know that if they're arrested at work, officers won't have the warrant to forcibly enter and search their home for a passport.
There's nothing up here. All these sort of flats are owned by the owners of the restaurants, and they'll move the staff around. I've searched houses like this before where I've seen one bloke who's been actually living in a cupboard. But the reason why it's so transient is because they move from restaurant to restaurant, usually depending on whether they've been raided by immigration.
The team searching for travel documents for the holiday maker have had more luck.
We've got a passport for the subject, which makes a big difference to us. Chances are we'll be keeping a hold of him and removing him back to India.
The passport reveals the man was twice refused a tourist visa to the UK. Having finally got one, he's been found working illegally after only 5 days in the country. The waiter's evasive tactics have paid off. All the team can do after questioning him is release him on bail until they have the papers needed to remove him from the country.
And that's why so many want to come here, because they know in Britain, they know how the system works. And, you know, it's not a good advert to deter people who aren't British not to come here, you know.
Okay,
The holiday maker is detained for 6 days before being removed back to India. For employing 4 illegal workers, the owner of the Royal India restaurant is fined £20,000. Coming up, the passenger at Heathrow with something to declare.
I have to follow the rules.
Yes, you have followed the rules, but the college has given me a deceit to me.
And a setback for the team going after the shamas missing millions.
30k, yeah, remitted by Neelam to India while they were in custody.
That's not good.
Most of the 70,000 people who arrive each day at Heathrow have a perfectly good reason to come to Britain, whether it's business, pleasure, or simply coming home. But some people are trying to get in and stay in the country illegally. Officer Lisa Lee is one of Heathrow's 1,700 UK border agency staff. Today, she stopped a student returning to Britain after spending 5 months back home in Pakistan.
Mr. Qureshi, you come with me. I have your ticket passport here, okay, sir? All right?
He says he's here to take exams, but a quick call to his college
can make a
throws
phone
his
call in a
story into
moment, but we know-
doubt.
All
They
right.
say he's never attended at all. Officer Lee wants to search the passengers' bags as they might reveal what he's up to in the UK.
So how much is here?
2,080 pounds.
£2,080.
Yeah.
So you have a job here?
Yeah, I have a job there.
What were you doing here, sir?
Minicab office is a controller.
Controller in a minicab office.
Yeah.
As a student, the man is allowed to work, as long as it's only part-time. He's adamant his main reason for being here is to study. The only problem is, to be a genuine student, you need a genuine college.
I go to in my college in every day, but they are not studying in. They are only cashing the price. Please give me a justice. It's my future.
Okay, so yeah. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment, your future, yeah?
I'm a very hard worker student.
So I know you're anxious, I know you're nervous, but you need to wait for me, all right?
Please give me a justice.
If you follow me. He's very nervous. He's almost pleading with me to let him in.
Give me a justice. Please give me a justice.
So as I said to you, I will talk to you in a moment, okay? He said a few things about his studies. I'm going every day, but they are not teaching or something. So I need to try and work out what he means. But he's clearly very worried. He actually asked me if I was going to deport him. And I said, well, I don't know what will happen yet. Just, bear with me and answer my questions.
The passenger is desperate to be heard. He wants Officer Lee to investigate his college.
Please give me justice. I am a real student. I am a hard worker.
Sir,
Yeah.
justice is a big word, all right? So you
You
have
have
to bear in mind
Yeah.
that I have to follow the rules.
Yes, you have followed
Okay.
the rules, but the college has given me a deceive to me.
That's kind of interesting, isn't it? He's claiming that the college is bogus in that he was attending when he was meant to attend and they were not running classes. Now, they've said to us immediately, we rang them, he's never attended. The problem he's got is he stayed here for 6 months without doing any, appearing to do nothing, and is now saying he's coming back to find another college. So either he's not being completely honest or the college is fibbing.
Officer Lee must find out who is telling the truth. It seems the college is sticking to its guns, backing up its claims in writing.
What I have here is a fax from the college which says that he enrolled on a 12-month course for an advanced diploma in business admin, which should have commenced last March 2008. They claim to have written to him concerning his poor attendance, but they never received any response, and so they've removed him from their register, which essentially means he has no place to study. So now we need to get to the bottom of his allegations as well. Mr. Qureshi?
And to make sure his allegations are understood, the passenger has asked for an interpreter.
How long did you attend the college for?
On and off jata raha us
For
college.
6 months I went on and off,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't teach anything there,
Fees le li thi.
and they took my tuition fees off me.
How much did you pay them?
1600 pound.
£1,600.
Okay. We spoke to your college and they gave us this.
उन्होंने ये फैक्स भेजा था, ठीक है, मैं पढ़ के बताऊं?
हाँ तो मैं इनके कॉलेज जाता या पढ़ाई नहीं होती.
He said, I'm saying to you, you investigate this college.
और मैंने इनका कोई लेटर रिसीव नहीं किया.
There are absolutely no classes that go on, and I haven't received any letter from them.
Okay, the difficulty I have is that you were here for 6 months and you did nothing about this college.
ख़त्म ही ना करा दे.
They had my money.
और ये मुझसे ज़्यादा पैसे और मांग रहे थे.
And they were asking me for more money. I didn't have any further access to any funds, and I was afraid that they were going to report me to the Home Office and removed me.
When you arrived today, you told me that you were coming back to continue your studies and that you would take exams in March. Why would you say that if you're not going to attend that college?
Study करूँगा ये मुझे ना रोके. Eventually, I would have enrolled at a different college, but in the meantime, I didn't want to be stopped by immigration.
So you lied?
Yes, I did.
So you sought to secure your entry to the UK by employing deception?
I had no money, I had no other way.
सारी लाइफ मेहनत पे गुजरी है.
I've always worked hard.
मेरे फादर किडनी के ट्रांसप्लांट पेशेंट हैं.
My father's a kidney transplant patient.
और my mother is old.
And my mother is old.
मैं उनका अकेला बेटा हूँ.
I'm their only son.
मेरे बाप को हार्ट अटैक हो जाएगा.
He goes, in any sense, I'm not going to go back because my father will have a heart attack.
क्योंकि मुझे वो बर्बाद मत करें, मेहरबानी करें.
He's saying, don't ruin me, help me.
If the passenger is to avoid being sent back home, he needs Officer Lee to believe his allegations.
Come on, follow me.
And to accept that he's here to find a new college. Jatinder Sharma and his wives, Neelam and Raki, have been in custody for the last 6 months awaiting trial. They are accused of submitting fraudulent visa applications on behalf of foreign nationals hoping to work in Britain. DC Cornwell and his team have sifted through 90,000 seized documents and have unearthed the biggest immigration scam ever seen in this country. Sharma and his wives forged papers to secure visas for more than 1,000 people through their company, Univisas.
Univisas have generated income tax return forms, they've generated education forms, and they've also generated pay slips and employment records.
And there's proof the rubber stamps found at the Univisa's office have been used to endorse the bogus documents.
So that's the stamp, Office of the Joint Income Tax Officer, which is this stamp here. Now our scientists have studied that impression and the stamp, and they've concluded that there is no doubt the stamp has made that impression.
Univisas charged would-be foreign workers up to £4,000 a time for fake documents to back up their applications. The police believe the company may have raked in more than £3 million, most of it still unaccounted for. It's down to DC Andy Cornwell and DC Simon Prothero-Jones to track down the missing money. Today they are at court where Sharma, Raki and Neelam are due for a plea hearing. All three have already pleaded not guilty, but they have good reason to change their minds.
The judge has made it clear that today is the last day that a discounted sentence is on offer, and without a doubt for all the defendants, any discount which they get from an early plea is going to be substantial. We are talking years off their sentence. As a result of that, things are getting fairly heated in there between the defence teams and the prosecutor. It is very fraught, but there's a lot at stake.
Raki and Neelam stick with their pleas of not guilty, but Jatinder Sharma tries to strike a deal with the prosecution. He's willing to plead guilty on one condition.
He was prepared to plead guilty provided we excluded his house in Southall from any sort of cash confiscation. That kind of set us thinking, really. Why is he so concerned about his house? It led us to sort of muse that perhaps there's a load of cash stored somewhere in that house, which is why he doesn't want the house the subject of any confiscation. And the hoodie bar, the enforcer.
The only way to find out is to go back to Sharma's house to take a closer look.
And it would appear that their business over the 18 months it was running has turned over probably £3 million. Now if you look at that and we say maybe £1 million of that has gone in expenditure over the 18 months, we've frozen assets in their bank accounts of 400,000, so that leaves us short 1.6 million.
We've got a warrant to search the address, okay?
The reason we're back at the home address today pretty much is that we're looking for anything which could have been missed. It could be as simple as a big pile of money underneath the floorboards. It could be bank documents relating to an account which we didn't know, accounts, shares, stocks in somebody else's name, anything which is going to lead us to the outstanding funds. I still think there's a lot more money in this house somewhere, so we're going to go back in, lift floorboards if we have to, go up into the loft, lift the insulation, just
absolutely every nook and cranny. You've got to look around at the house around us. It's a state. Here's a man that had hundreds of thousands of pounds in the bank. This one house, with a very limited amount of equity in, is what he's desperate to keep hold of. Why is he so desperate to keep hold of a house which is literally filthy and falling down?
You know, I mean,
Ripping out floorboards and insulation doesn't reveal the cash the team are looking for.
Oh, oxygen, fresh air.
I don't know about
An opening post addressed to Neelam unearths bank accounts the team didn't know about.
Punjab National Bank. We found a bank account in the name of Neelam. This account, which we weren't aware of up until now, contains just over £20,000. So that's of interest. And again, there's another 40, 50, 60,000 pounds at least. So she alone has the best part of £250,000 in her bank accounts.
The arrest of Neelam does not appear to have stopped large sums of money being moved between her accounts.
30k, remitted by Neelam to India. So that explains we're another 30,000. Well, 30,000 on this one statement.
transferred into another of her bank accounts, or?
Yeah, interesting though. The last one was on the 17th of the 12th, 08.
17th of the 12th?
Yeah.
While they're in custody.
While they were in custody.
That's not good.
Even though Neelam has been in prison awaiting trial, some of the illegally gained money in her accounts has been squirreled away in Indian banks. But there is still over £1 million missing.
This search here has been worth its weight in gold, literally to us. We immediately traced tens and tens of thousands of pounds. I suspect once I take all this paperwork away with me, sit down at a desk and go through it in a lot more detail, it may well help me trace hundreds of thousands of pounds, and that's getting towards the sort of figures that we're looking for.
We've had a fantastic result, really. I'm pleased. Jatinder's pleaded to absolutely everything. I know he's guilty, he knows he's guilty, he's finally done the decent thing and admitted it.
There is a real sense of satisfaction of actually seeing Jatinder stand in the dock in the court and finally admit his guilt. You know, he has done all of this stuff wrong, he's lived a good life out of it, he's made an enormous amount of money.
Hugely satisfying, but still a lot of work to do.
The officers still have the painstaking job of preparing for a trial. It will be for a jury to decide whether Raki and Neelam helped Sharma to perpetrate Britain's biggest visa scam. Coming up, things get desperate for the Pakistani student at Heathrow.
Please help me.
I can't do anything, sir, okay? The rules are there for a reason.
And the verdict is in for the Shams. At Heathrow, the Pakistani student is waiting to hear if he can come into Britain. At first, he said he was here to take exams. Now he's accused his college of being bogus and claims his intention is to find a new college. Officer Lee refers the case to Chief Immigration Officer Sarah Dyson.
He can't explain why in the 6 months that he was here before going to Pakistan, he has made no serious attempt to re-enroll or to find another college.
Well, I mean, I think just by doing that impacts on his credibility, doesn't it? And whilst he says, no, this college are just taking money off me, they've never provided me with any lessons, I don't think that's a good enough argument.
No.
And that shows that he's not a genuine student who's committed to studying in the UK. And also he lied. As soon as he got to the desk out there, he gave a complete rubbish story,
just
didn't
to secure his entry.
To secure his entry. So you have to question his intentions, don't you?
Yeah. Okay, sir, I need to have a chat with you, okay? Come with me. Okay, my Chief Immigration Officer has decided that we are going to cancel your visa. This is because we're not satisfied that you have been making any attempt to study in the UK. And that you lied when you came to the desk on arrival, yeah?
पानी ले आओ मेरे साथ पहले धोखा हुआ है
He goes, I've been deceived before.
मैं घर गया हूँ इसी के लिए
That's why I went home. He goes, if there's any studying going at that college.
I am going to write a report. From the information you've given me, I will make sure that is passed on to our college, the people that look at colleges, okay? So they will be looked into, I can promise you that. Yeah?
Please help me.
I can't do anything, sir, okay? The rules are there for a reason. I can't just permit you to come into the UK as a student because you're not a student. You never have been. You must understand the reason why we have to enforce the rules. It's hard to say whether he's been a victim or not, from the fact that he maintained throughout the interview that he'd paid money in good faith and had not received what he'd paid for, that he may well have been a victim. The minute we then contact the college concerned, it could be that they didn't want us investigating them, so they've denied all knowledge of him. Who's to say who's telling the truth and who isn't? It's just the bare facts are that he didn't study when he was given a visa to study. That's why it's been cancelled.
The passenger was detained overnight and put on a flight back to Pakistan the next day. Officer Lee handed the information about the suspected bogus college over to colleagues in the investigation team. It's been more than a year since the UK Border Agency and police raided the offices of Univisas and discovered fraud against the Home Office on a massive scale. Company boss Jatinder Sharma has already pleaded guilty.
Well, Alice, one of the many striking things about this case is the arrogance of the man who ran the scam. He was so confident he could get you into this country illegally. He offered clients a no-win, no-fee option.
Today, after a 4-week trial, the jury is expected to deliver their verdict on Sharma's wives, Neelam and Raki.
Raki, she's offered a number of defences. You know, if one fails, we'll try the other. If that fails, we'll try the other. First of all, I didn't know anything about anything. But then, if I did know, or if the jury believe I did know about it, then I'm going to offer a defence of marital coercion. Neelam's defence is just, at the time, I wasn't aware of any wrongdoing. If it happened, and she has kind of accepted it did happen, then it's down to Raki and Jatinder.
It's for the jury to decide if they're telling the truth. By gambling on a trial, the women risk receiving tougher sentences if found guilty. It takes 4 days of deliberation before the jury reaches a majority decision.
We've had a brilliant result today. We've now had all verdicts returned on Raki and Neelam. Neelam was convicted on the money laundering charge. Raki was convicted on everything, all of the charges against her. We've just come out of court. Jatinder's been in the dock with them, and all 3 have been sentenced.
The jury accepts that Neelam was not behind the fraud, but she is sentenced to 4 years in prison for laundering some of the £3 million that poured into Univisas. Raki conspired with Sharma to defraud the Home Office by submitting bogus visa applications. She is sentenced to 8 years in prison. Jatinder Sharma is given credit for his early plea and is sentenced to 7 years. Thanks to their criminal activity, there could be thousands of people in the UK who are not entitled to be here.
Univisas is obviously an immigration consultancy. There are hundreds of those operating throughout the capital and throughout the country, and a lot of those will be running similar sort of scams. So what we've really dealt with over the last 12, 13 months is I believe, the tip of the iceberg.
It's been a long and complex investigation, but it's not over yet. There's still the missing money to track down and seize. As for Jatinder Sharma and his 2 wives, they'll be deported to India after they've served their sentences. 25,000 men and women work for the UK border. At home and abroad, their job is to seek out the lawbreakers and imposters who don't have rights. They are the UK border. Tonight, stowaways get boxed in at Calais.
All right there, gentlemen. Where are you from? Afghanistan.
Illegal workers with incredible stories.
You say you arrived last night on a lorry and you walk straight in here to a job and he says he's 15.
And a bad reaction to being stopped at Heathrow.
I've never been violated. My clothes have never been thrown out.
You're not going to come down and put it back in the holding room.
Now you're talking to me. I've been here since 11 o'clock.
France is the port most favoured by migrants trying to enter Britain. UK border agency officers work round the clock checking for clandestines, illegal immigrants stowing away in freight.
We will have a look.
They find
just to make
19,000 clandestines a year who have managed to slip past truck drivers and hide in their luggage.
You may get a penalty for bringing clandestines into the UK control zone. Before you come here, check your vehicle yourself.
The port is a pressure point, with an estimated 1,000 migrants waiting for their chance to get to Britain and living in a squatter camp they call the jungle. Here the clandestines swap information and plot their next attempt to cross the channel illegally. They play a cat-and-mouse game with the UK border agency. Part of a team starting the early shift are immigration officers Lee Harper and Jules Turner.
Clear the rear.
They know the tricks commonly used by clandestines.
A big seal.
They've stopped a lorry that looks like it's been tampered with and want the driver to open up.
Well, what he's done is just gone to take his padlock off, and as he's taking the padlock off, he's actually noticed that it's broken. So it could be an indication that someone's cut the padlock and glued it back together basically and gone through the side door. But we won't actually know until we open the door and go in ourselves.
Gonna open it.
The truck's load is yogurts, and inside it's as cold as a fridge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You cold?
Yeah, you're cold.
Hello. Shoes on.
Everybody?
Put your shoes on.
Oh God, I'm getting yoghurt all over me. Okay, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sammy? Got 12.
12 people that we can see at the moment in the back of the lorry.
But there are more hiding in the corner at the back.
Tammy? Can you make that 17?
17, okay.
Where are you from?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan?
Yes.
All of you?
All bro.
Okay.
One chance.
Not today, my friend.
For every clandestine found, the driver can face a penalty of £2,000, so it's in his interest to keep his vehicles secure.
Because I don't park outside on the street, I park inside on the services and pay the €7 for the parking.
Although the driver parked in a secure area, 17 Afghans managed to break into his truck, and it would appear an accomplice fixed the padlock from the outside.
I've used a pair of bolt cutters on it, and what it looks like they've done is just push it straight back in and maybe even glued it together so it looks like it's a whole padlock again.
For the clandestines, getting caught is an occupational hazard. Some will keep on having a go, however long it takes.
How many times have you tried?
1 year.
You've been here a year?
Yeah, 1 year. The jungle.
You stay in the jungle?
Yeah, crazy.
Crazy?
Yeah, 1 year.
I think a lot of them have been through it before. We find the same people time and time again at the moment because obviously our controls are much stronger than they have been in a long time. So we are seeing the same faces. So they know the routine as well as we do.
For failing to prevent 17 clandestines from breaching his truck security, the driver was fined £1,700. The freight company was fined £2,500. Clandestines rarely carry travel documents and so avoid being removed from France. They are simply escorted from the port and are free to return to their makeshift camp. Despite living in appalling conditions, the clandestines believe the jungle is a better option than the countries they are fleeing.
My family is very poor, so I have 5 brothers and sisters, and my parents are old, they can't do jobs, so that's why I come here to Europe, so I can help them.
This man has travelled from Kashmir in search of a better life, and like all the clandestines, he imagines the UK is the place to find it.
If I go over there, I will marry. After marrying, I will get paper. After paper, I will get a job. I will have a house, have a child, and have a family, and have a peaceful life.
But for those who do make it across the Channel, life in Britain can often fall short of the dream. Coming up, the enforcement team catch up with a clandestine repeat offender.
It doesn't justify you coming here for the second time illegally, does it? Why would you think that would be right?
And a case of deception at Heathrow.
You said that you met him 10 years ago in New York.
I did not say I met him 10 years ago in New York.
You said you met him 10 years ago in New York. I've got it written down here.
The UK Border Agency man all entry points into Britain to make sure only legitimate travellers get into the country. But some get through illegally, and many visitors stay longer than they should. It's estimated there are up to 1 million illegal immigrants living in the UK. Today in Stoke, an enforcement team led by immigration officer Phil Arthur is planning raids on car washes believed to be employing illegal workers.
This morning we're going to car washes, all very local to the office here. The first of which is Bubbles Hand Car Wash. When we enter, straight in, and it's going to be very dynamic, guys. We want to get right out of the vehicles and straight into them. Okay, thanks ladies and gentlemen, see you out there.
Enforcement teams around Britain have their work cut out keeping tabs on car washes. They are start-up businesses that can appear overnight and offer low-paid casual work, appealing to workers who are not entitled to be here.
Most city centres nowadays have quite a lot of these establishments. The problem is that at the end of the day, these people are either illegally in the UK and or illegally working in the UK.
It's usually Afghans, Iraqis, that's the sort of person we get working illegally. So we don't expect these people to be paid the minimum wage, don't expect any working time directives to be met by the employer. It's just a case of exploitation once again. It's trying to shut these places down.
A car wash is the kind of place clandestines who've beaten the checks at Calais can end up working. It can be a far cry from the life they hoped for in it.
Watch your feet, Carl, and that's slippy, mate.
Hello there, sir. How are you? We're from immigration.
Okay, we've got a warrant issued by the courts to be here this morning. We just need to establish your identity, nationality and status in the UK, all right?
There are 3 employees. If they have the right to work in the UK, they should be known to the Home Office.
Okay, you come this way then. When were you born? Yes, Pakistan. Are you illegal or illegal in the UK? Legal. You have a visa?
Yeah. I am stay here in this country.
Yeah?
Checks against the database confirm this man has a British wife and is allowed to work, and that his Pakistani colleague has indefinite leave to remain in the UK. But the records relating to the third worker are less straightforward. He has a checkered history with the border force.
The last time you entered the UK, when was that?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
About 1 month ago.
The man was caught living illegally in Britain 2 years ago. He opted for AVR, Assisted Voluntary Return, a European scheme that gave him a free flight home and £500 cash.
He AVR'd, a month later got married in Iraq to a British lady.
Okay.
He says he's come in a month ago again after voluntarily returning.
After the man was returned to Iran, he travelled to Iraq and married a British woman. He then came back to the UK, hidden in the back of a lorry.
How did he come in? Did he say he told us
Illegally.
okay?
Yeah,
He came in illegally, even though he's married and he's...
Yeah, he apparently he's applied to come in legally and not been allowed.
Right.
So he's come in illegally.
So he's coming in illegally and he's living with his wife at
He's
this moment
living
in
with
time.
his wife in Silverdale.
Officer Sean Flaherty wants to know why the man took AVR only to come back again as an illegal entrant.
We have laws for a reason. You apply for a visa, you're refused a visa, and then you completely decide to disregard UK law and enter the country illegally. Why would you think that would be right at all?
Nothing else I could do.
Well, stay in your country.
I would stay in my country. Just how about if my wife, if she didn't stay with me? If she doesn't like it, the culture, she didn't like it, the religion, she didn't like it, the nothing, you know.
If your wife's got difficulties living there for whatever reasons, then that's between you and your wife. But it doesn't justify you coming here for the second time illegally, does it? If you refuse a visa, it means you're not being allowed to come into the United Kingdom. It doesn't mean, here's a green light, go and get in the back of a lorry and come in illegally. That's not the way it works.
I'm arresting you now as an illegal entrant to the UK. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something you later rely on in court. Just like to stand up for me, this gentleman's just going to give you a quick search.
Okay. He did return to Iran originally under the voluntary assisted removal programme. A majority of voluntary removals under that programme do get a financial assistance to reintegrate back in their own country. So he's had that, possibly. And then he comes back in illegally. Not going to get a refund, are we?
Hi, you the owner I spoke to on the phone? Yes. I'm Carl, I'm an immigration officer, okay?
If the owner of the car wash can't prove he's made the required checks on the man, he could be fined up to £10,000 for employment.
If you want, he's married with the English woman, right? She comes every day here to pick him up.
I fully understand that, sir. I don't have a problem. That's exactly what he's told us.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that unless you should keep a record and you should keep a copy for yourself.
Yeah, but
so that if a situation like this arises, then you can show us some copies of your...
Yeah, but the thing is, sir, right, this is not a big business, right?
No,
no.
Absolutely, fully understand that. How long have you been working here, sir?
About 5-6 months.
So 5-6 months is a long time not to have a record, isn't it?
I wasn't here. Yeah, but the thing is, right, don't get me wrong. I've been brought up in this country, like, if I've got a national insurance number, right?
Sure.
It's
it actually says on the card now, so do be aware of that. It's not proof of identity. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
The owner of the car wash was fined £5,000 for employing an illegal worker. And even though the man admitted to coming twice into the UK illegally, he was later released. He remains on reporting conditions while the Home Office consider his case. But the day is young, and the team have another car wash in their sights. In Calais, hundreds of migrants gather near the port and live rough in the jungle, their camp in the woods outside town. In their eyes, it's the last stop before realizing their dream to cross the channel illegally and reach the UK. With 3,000 lorries passing through every day, there are plenty of opportunities to hitch an illicit ride. Chief Immigration Officer Tammy Richer and her team offer up a line of defence.
Some assistance on 4, please.
They check trucks waiting to board the ferries. They use carbon dioxide probes to detect clandestines breathing inside.
That's good.
Officer Richer gets word that colleagues have found some clandestines.
How many have you got? 7.
A high CO2 reading gave them away, hiding in a consignment of alcohol. Officer Darren Stamati is on hand to escort them off the load.
7.
clandestines at the moment, Afghanistan's. Generally what happens, whenever we enter a load, they ask us if one chance to go to the UK. I don't know why they think that they're going to get that, but I think they just try it. They always seem to be in fairly good spirits, but that can change at any point because some of these people, you know, they can be fairly desperate to get to the UK.
Just 2 at a time.
Can I have you and you, please? Can you move out to the vehicle? So where do you live in Calais?
Out of the jungle.
Yeah?
Yes. Under the tree. You know a tree?
Under the tree?
Yeah.
In the jungle? Yeah. 2 more? Okay. There's just this belief that in England, it's just a place they all seem to want to go to. They're not happy to stay here. They just want to go to England. Yes. Why do you want to go to England?
Because problem in Afghanistan, very big problem.
Right.
Yes, sir. Very.
So why England?
Because I want to get knowledge in England. This is
you want to get knowledge?
Yes, sir. Study in England.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't you think you can get knowledge in France?
Yes, sir. They are not allowed to stay here, stay here in France.
Okay.
The situation in France is not good, sir.
The belief is in England it's easy to stay for a longer period of time. There's work there, whereas in France, I think they have an understanding they don't get to remain in the country for too long. They're happy to sort of live rough and just try and make a play for the UK. Okay, my friends, go through, watch your head.
Yes.
Because 7 clandestines were found hiding in their load, the freight company was fined £2,800 and the driver £1,400. An average of 50 clandestines a day are stopped trying to cross the channel illegally at Calais. For as long as it remains difficult to deport them, the clandestines will keep returning to the jungle until their next attempt to get past the UK Border Agency. More than 10 million passengers a year arrive at Heathrow's Terminal 3. Most have a legitimate reason to come into the country.
There you go, thank you. Thank you.
A few simple questions at passport control are usually enough to tell if a passenger's trying to hide something.
2 of you?
Officer Neil Newbury has been doing the job for 4 years and knows an unlikely story when he hears one. Today he stopped an American visitor who was flown in from New York via Toronto. The man says he's here for a 6-month holiday and to spend time with a friend.
We need to look into your reasons for coming to the UK in a little bit more detail. Okay, that's why you've been stopped today. All right. Sitting up here on.
He has no
control,
job in the US and little money,
telephone.
so Officer Newbury suspects the real reason for his visit is to work.
Do you want to pop a couple of your bags up on the bench for the moment, please? Our passenger, he's 26 years old and he's only got about $450 on him. And he decided to look like he's found all his clothes into 4 or 5 suitcases and come to the UK for a really long holiday with just a few $100s on him.
An American tourist is not allowed to work in Britain. Officer Newbury wants to know how the passenger will support himself for 6 months. He calls the passenger's sponsor, the friend he says he's here to stay with.
I need to understand, why are you offering to do all this for Jason? Okay, thanks for that, bye. He's known Jason only for a couple of years. He met in Germany while our sponsor was in the military over there. And Jason apparently was over there visiting friends. They met over there. They've stayed in touch for the last couple of years. The sponsor, he said he's quite happy to pay for everything, which isn't a problem, but I find it so strange that he's prepared to pay for everything for someone that he's known for just a couple of years.
Just news on that guy.
Jason?
Officer Newbury suspects he's not being told the whole truth. Now he wants to question the passenger about his financial dependence on the sponsor.
Are you happy for me to interview you?
No.
What's the problem?
I feel like I've been violated. I never felt
violated?
Like this in my life. Yes.
What have we done to violate you?
What?
What have we done to violate you?
First of all my clothes and stuff was taken out. Like
you never had your bag searched in a foreign country?
Not like that. my wallet. Everybody's been going through my wallet.
On this occasion, you're asking to spend a lot of time in this country, okay? And you don't have much money with you.
I wasn't. How do you know how much money I have in my account?
I don't know. That's what I'm going to start asking you now. So, are you happy for me to interview you?
No. But I'll answer the questions. I'm telling you that I'm not happy. But
I understand you're not happy, but are you prepared to be interviewed by me?
Yes, I'm prepared.
Okay, can you just tell me why you've come to the UK today?
You know, a lot of things been going on at home. I just lost my grandfather. I don't come from a good upbringing in my neighborhood. My friend's been killed and all of that. So I just want to take a vacation.
Where will you stay while you're in the UK?
With Will. He's a long-time friend of my family.
How long have you known Will?
So I've known him over 10 years.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him in New York. That's where I'm from.
He's told us he's going to be supporting you for up to 6 months while you're in the UK.
Yeah.
Why does he have to support you?
I mean, whatever he's going to pay for, that's on him. But I got my own money.
Will also told me that he's only known you for about 2 years, not 10 years. And he met you in Germany in 2007. Now you've told me that you've known him for 10 years and you met in New York. So I'm a bit confused there as to...
I've known him for a while. I've known Will for a while.
10 years?
Maybe not 10 years, okay. Maybe not 10 years.
Where did you meet him?
In Germany.
You said you met him in New York.
I've met him in New York. He's been in New York before.
Yeah, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, where did you first meet him? You said, in New York. He was in New York, I was in New York.
You're confusing me with the questions. You're asking me, where did we meet? I'm telling you, I've met him in New York. I've also met him
You said that you met him 10 years ago in New York.
I did not say I met him 10 years ago in New York.
You said you met him 10 years ago in New York. I've got it written down here. That's one of the issues that we've got here. I'm trying to work out what these discrepancies are between yourself and this gentleman who's prepared to support you financially for the next 6 months.
I've been to Germany, I've been to Stockholm, I've been to different places, and I've never been violated. My clothes have never been thrown out. You put all my stuff out, then you told me to put all my stuff there. I'm waiting around. No one offered me anything until I got up in the room over there. No one's talking to me, no one's telling me nothing.
I'm talking to you now.
Now you're talking to me. I've been here since 11 o'clock.
You're not going to calm down. I'll put you back in the holding room. I need to confirm the discrepancies between yourself and Will, okay? That's the issue. One of the issues here.
All right, I don't know Will for 10 years. I've only known him for a short period of time, for a couple of years. That's it.
You say you met in Germany?
Yes.
He's lying to me, you know. And when I caught him out, you know, that's when he started kicking off a little bit. If I was to act like that in America, the way he's been acting with me, you know, I won't get treated half as well as he's been treated since he arrived. Yeah. I don't think he quite appreciates that, to be honest. So he can throw his arms around as much as he wants, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Coming up, another car wash in Stoke, where the truth is a grey area.
Can we ask your friend to confirm how old he is?
15.
What?
15 years old, with grey hair.
And the Bangladeshi graduate with little to show for 6 years of studying.
Business work. That's a module in a postgraduate diploma is called business work.
At Heathrow, the American who's arrived for a 6-month holiday is waiting to hear if he'll be allowed into the UK. The passenger and his sponsor are telling two very different stories. Officer Newbury updates his boss, Sarah Dyson.
Now, there's big discrepancies about how long these two have known each other, where they met, okay? He believes Will is still in the military, but the sponsor hasn't been in the military for over a year.
They hardly know anything about
They don't know
each
him.
other.
He's estimated £3,500 to support our passenger for the next 6 months.
Don't believe a word.
No, I think he's telling me what he thinks I want to hear to land this passenger.
What I really am more interested in is his current domestic and financial circs in USA.
He did admit to me it's very hard to get a job in America at the moment, even with someone with a college degree.
The more accurate way of putting it is that he's currently unemployed without any fixed employment in the US. Okay, and he's not intending to work in the near future in the US because he's taken a plane here for 6 months. And I think we should give him one more opportunity to be straight. I want you to ask him for a straightforward explanation as to why they two of them cannot agree on how long they've known each other and where they met. And then come back and we'll make a final decision.
Okay. Follow me for a second. Just sit in the corner for me, okay? If it's possible, can you explain the discrepancies between what you're telling us and what Will's been telling us?
Because everything was just like, yo, I'm gonna come out there, blase, whatever. I didn't know that I was gonna be interrogated like this.
Yeah, but it's things like how long you've known each other and where you first met. You should know that kind of stuff if you know someone.
I made it seem like I knew him longer than what, but I know Will. Like, come on, man. Like, this is like, why would I take a flight to another country with a dude that I don't even know?
Well, that's the question that we've been asking, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm a grown man. I can make my own decisions. Like,
that's fine, but
like I know Will. I don't know him 10 years, but I know Will.
We have to go by what people tell us. When people tell us different things, makes us question everything that they're telling us. That's the issue here, okay?
Yes.
Okay. He said he was exaggerating. I said, why? I didn't think I'd be asked.
I don't think it's just this one discrepancy that concerns me, but it's this passenger's entire domestic circumstances. There is no doubt in my mind, I am satisfied that had he thought he could, he would have come here to find a job, and that was his primary intention in travelling to the UK. I don't consider him to be a visitor to this country or a tourist. I think you're going to need to refuse him entry.
Yep. Okay, Jason, you want to come out a second, please? Just stand here a second for me, okay? Well, I spoke to Chief Immigration Officer. I've told them what you've told me, and they've decided that on the evidence that we've got from you today and from Will today, you're going to be refused entry. Okay? So we're going to have to return you back to the US on the next available flight via Toronto. The next flight isn't until tomorrow at midday. Okay? Got to go through with Air Canada.
This is crazy.
Okay?
This is crazy, man.
So what we're going to do, we're going to get somewhere for you to get some shut-eye. Okay? You're not going to stay here overnight. We'll do whatever we can to get you somewhere a bit more comfortable. Wow, that's a relief.
The passenger was held in a detention centre overnight and put on a flight home the next day.
All right.
In Stoke, the enforcement team are going after illegal workers.
Okay guys, 30 seconds and we'll be there.
They've already made one arrest. Now they're about to surprise the employees of a second car.
Yeah, no worries. Morning. All right, with immigration and police, we've got a warrant to search these premises. Just need to get everybody's identity, nationality, and see where we go from there. All right, mate. Okay, guys, come this way.
The team round up the workers and use 2 rooms in the office to question them about their immigration status.
Okay, who have we got here then? Morning, speak English, lads? No? Any English at all? Pushtu. Okay.
One employee can speak English and he's happy to interpret his colleagues' incredible claims.
What's your date of birth?
He says, I don't know the day, but he says I'm 15 or something. He's 15, 16, something like that. 50? No, 50.
50?
15, 1-5.
What?
He says that.
Alright then. Can you ask him what country he's born in?
He's from Afghanistan.
Can you ask your friend again to confirm how old he is?
Who? He says 15.
15 years old?
Yeah.
With grey hair?
With grey hair.
Can you just ask him his address for me?
He said, I've just come last night.
Can you just ask him how he got here to the UK?
He says, I've just come from to Calais from here and the lorry. Yeah.
In a lorry?
Yeah.
Next door, another Afghani worker is being checked out.
Can you just ask the lady,
Sorry?
what's his date of birth?
And it appears a common theme is emerging.
He says I'm 15.
15?
Yeah.
When did he arrive in the UK?
He says I'm coming last night.
And you say you arrived last night on a lorry, and you walked straight in here to a job first thing this morning? We've struggled to get a Pashto interpreter, so we've using the gentleman here who's been very helpful. We're speaking to this lad here, but he claims to have arrived here last night in the early hours of the morning on a lorry from France. And he says he's 15.
Me?
I'm arresting you on suspicion of entering the UK without leave. You don't have to say anything, but you may harm your defence. If you don't mention, when questioned, something which you later on in court. You are now, Ismail, you are now under arrest.
Both men claiming to be 15 are arrested as they've admitted entering the country illegally. As they're claiming to be children, their ages will have to be assessed by the social services.
We'll just take that as written.
One of the remaining workers is a Pakistani national who is here on a student visa. However, he admits he is not doing any studying at all.
Claims he's only started working here today, so he's working but not studying. And he gets paid £15 a day.
Yes, he will.
That's for 10 hours.
Despite seeking refuge in their own communities, illegal immigrants can find life in Britain very different from the dream. And for those who believe they've beaten the system, reality can hit at any time with the arrival of an enforcement team.
I'm going to arrest you now. He's illegal entry to the UK. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you don't mention when questioned something you later around in court.
The Afghani who's been so helpful acting as an interpreter is a failed asylum seeker and should have left the UK. Now he faces the reality of going home.
I live a long time in this country, no crime, nothing. But I can't live in Afghanistan now because if you saw me, my brain is already from here, not from Afghanistan. You see the.
I understand that, but you know when you're here illegally, there's always a chance that you'll be sent
I know
back.
I'm legal.
I appreciate what you're saying, but there's nothing I can say is going to help me now.
I do nothing. I just work, sleep, home. That's it. You know.
Morning's still young, really. I mean, there were 5 employees there, and we've taken 4 out. This guy who owns this place looking at, upwards of £40,000 in penalties, which is a considerable amount. Yeah, I'm quite satisfied actually. 5 out for morning's work. Happy.
Okay guys, let's go.
The Afghani worker who helped to interpret won himself a reprieve. He put in a fresh application and was given permission to live in the UK. The student who was working instead of studying was detained and removed back to Pakistan. The 2 Afghani men claiming to be 15 were assessed to be over 18. One was detained and removed from the UK, but as the other had no travel documents, he was released on bail and has since absconded. The owner was fined £20,000, but targeting the people who make the serious money out of illegal working is not so easy.
The people who we encounter, they won't give us the names of the agents, they won't tell us the routes they come in, because they're more scared of the agents than they are of us. But these people don't see that they're being used and they're actually victims in all of this. They're being exploited, they've been paid peanuts, they've paid thousands of pounds to come to the UK. Unfortunately, very rarely we get them to speak to us and to give us better information so we can get to the heads of these organisations instead of just cherry picking these guys off all the time.
At Heathrow, a Bangladeshi man has been stopped at passport control after flying in with his new wife.
If you can just break down your colleges for me. So in 2003,
he has been living in the UK as a student for the last 6 years, attending 4 different colleges. But 3 of the 4 colleges are now known by the UK Border Agency to be bogus. Before his colleges were exposed as fake, the passenger got a place on the International Graduate Scheme, which allows him to work.
Has my colleague explained the situation and the reasons that we've detained you?
Officer Tim Weatherall takes on the case.
The problem that we have.
He wants to find out if the man's qualifications are genuine.
He's aware he's in a bit of trouble, hence why we've stopped him. I would imagine that from the point of view as them as a couple, they're probably quite worried about the fact they're going to be separated, but you know, if she qualifies for entry, she will be allowed to proceed.
There's a lot at stake for the couple. The wife is eligible to enter the
video,
UK.
is it, yeah?
She is American, and this is her first time here.
Just head round this way.
And she doesn't want to be without her new husband.
At the moment, if you wish to stay in here together, you can, or you can either proceed downstairs or you can wait outside. Okay, but I'm going to let you know now, if it's the case that you are refused entry after we've done our investigations, you won't have a choice, okay? You will be landed and you will be refused, so you won't be able to stay together. I would suggest that you prepare for the worst case scenario, if that is appropriate, and then you work out what you're going to do. Because at the end of the day, that's your decision, yeah?
The newlyweds will only come into Britain together if the husband can prove he's a genuine graduate. But it will take some convincing. Officer Weatherall has a thick file of evidence against the college that issued his qualifications.
We've encountered so many students from this particular college, and you know, at the end of the day, most of them have just admitted that they've never actually studied there at all. They've never gone to any classes. Some of them haven't actually ever been to the college. They just paid the money to get the certificate to get an extension of stay in the UK. Well, I've yet to encounter personally a student who has actually been to the college and studied there. He may be the first, you never know, stranger things have happened, but I'm not holding out much hope in this case. I'm just going to go through and interview you now, okay? So just follow me through this way. Just head in there, grab a seat on the far side. We haven't just stopped you on a hunch here. As I explained to you, we've got a lot of information about yourself and about the college and about the types of course that were on it, okay? And did you actually attend Westminster College of Computing 4 days a week?
Yeah.
So how many modules did you take then?
I think 4.
What were they all called?
One is business work.
Business work.
Yeah.
That's a module in a postgraduate diploma is called business work.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
I can't remember.
So you can remember one of your 4 modules.
I can't remember.
Did you take exams? And I'm guessing you can probably only remember 1 or 2. Can't remember anything? Not even the ones that you mentioned before?
No.
This is a 45-page document, yeah? I've got 45 pages there which prove to me that any degree that obtained from Westminster College of Computing is completely bogus. You need to start being very honest with me, or you're going to have a much bigger problem than you do now. You haven't, sir. I don't believe you.
I swear to God.
The fact is, looking back through the colleges you've studied at, all of them are known to immigration for being problem colleges. So I have real issues with the fact that you've ever studied here at all.
I've done some computer course as well.
Here or?
Oh yeah.
When were they?
That was in Stoke, I think.
It's a Welsh college. Another college that's been closed down for issuing bogus certificates.
Is it?
Yeah. It's not looking good for you, is it?
Coming up, clandestines up their game in Calais.
They've taken the slats from the side of the lorry and then repositioned the boxes back across the top of themselves.
And the newlyweds face an early separation at Heathrow.
I'm not happy with you. You will be detained by immigration until we get to the bottom of it, okay?
At Terminal 3, it's not looking good for the newlyweds who hope to enter Britain together. The husband, a serial student of bogus colleges, has said nothing in interview to convince Officer Weatherall he's a genuine graduate.
We're happy with your wife, she's going to be allowed through. She's not going to be allowed to stay with you. I'm not happy with you, you will be detained by immigration until we get to the bottom of it, okay? So you need to decide where she's going to go. That's your problem, not mine, okay?
Before deciding the passenger's fate, Officer Weatherall must refer the case to his Chief Immigration Officer, Mo Ghaffar.
Basically, I don't believe a word he's saying. Yeah, I mean, bottom line, I think he's lying through his teeth. I don't believe a word he's told me.
I think we've got substantial information in relation to the fact that he studied at an institution that has closed down. We'll land his wife, and then we'll go from there. All right, Timothy, thanks, thank you.
Okay, right, I spoke to my Chief Immigration Officer. Your wife, we're happy to allow to proceed. She's going to be landed, she's been granted leave to enter. With regards to yourself, the decision's been taken by myself and the Chief Immigration Officer to refuse you entry into the UK today, okay, and to cancel your UK residence permit. You have the right to appeal in country, or you have the right to appeal from Bangladesh. That choice is up to you.
The husband chooses to appeal from the UK. This usually means being held in a detention centre while the appeal is considered, but there are exceptions.
Considering that he has his wife with him, it seems only reasonable to give him temporary admission. I don't consider him to be an absconder at this stage, and if he wishes to fight his case, then let him take his chances in court. She probably doesn't even know what the husband's been up to in the United Kingdom. She didn't expect to be stopped at immigration control and then be asked questions by an immigration officer as to why she was coming to the UK. If I was the wife of this particular passenger, I'd be pretty upset. I'd be asking my husband, what have you been doing?
The husband is granted temporary admission, but he loses his appeal and is put on a flight back to Bangladesh. In Calais, the trucks keep on coming. They bring 20 million tons of freight through the port every year. Rich pickings for migrants intent on getting into the UK illegally. Not every truck can be searched, and no one knows how many clandestines make it across the channel. But 19,000 a year get caught at the Calais checkpoints. With so many failing, they look for ever more ingenious methods of concealment. And the search teams have to get wise to them.
We've come in the lorry, and as you can see, there's a flat load in here. Obviously, there's a distinct smell of clandestines. So we just had a quick look on further inspection. Underneath the boxes here, you'll just see that we've got a purpose-built hide. Probably the illegals have made themselves. They've taken the slats from the side of the lorry and then obviously repositioned the boxes back across the top of themselves. All right there, gentlemen. Where are you from? Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran? Afghanistan. Speak English? No, speak English. You speak a little bit, don't you? Yeah, which one of you speaks English? Gentlemen, hello? Take your hoods down.
Okay, what we've actually got in there is officers went in, the load is flat, but there's a strong smell that we tend to get with the clandestines.
As soon as we undid the back door, you get the smell of the illegals. It's an unwashed bonfire smell. These people have been living rough for months, so you know you generally get that nasty odour. But yeah, it's always the giveaway. Someone's smoking.
Put it out.
Put that out. Wherever you're smoking, put that out. Wait,
put it out.
Whoever that is, put that out. Come on, first one.
You stay here.
Hey, come on, mate.
Come on, out.
There are 6 clandestines, all from Afghanistan. It looks like some of them are trying to get to Britain on a regular, perhaps even daily basis.
I think he was one of our 17 yesterday, Tam. Tam,
Yeah.
the next one coming out? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, he was. The last clandestine that's just come out was one that we detected in a find of 17 in the yoghurt lorry yesterday. He's got yoghurt on the back of his coat and his trousers.
Okay, give me your foot. Good foot. Take a good one. And away you go.
We see the same clandestines regularly. Not every day, but we might see them over a week or 2 week period. We might see them 2 or 3 times. At the moment we're seeing people and they're telling us that they've been living in the jungle for anything up to a year at the moment. They're still here, we're still finding them, so we will see the same people time and time again.
Fines served on the freight company and driver add up to more than £6,000. But the clandestines are yet again free to leave the port and return to the jungle. And as the search teams can't check every truck, and with clandestines trying their luck every day, there'll always be some who slip through the net and enter Britain illegally. 20,000 men and women work for the UK border police. At home and abroad, their job is to seek out the lawbreakers and imposters who don't have a right to be. They are the UK border police. Tonight, the man at
Okay,
Heathrow
sir.
who
Give
wants
me a
to
few
see
minutes.
his husband.
You met your partner in October 2007 in London.
In 2007.
How did you do that if you weren't in the country?
The restaurant in Stoke with a secret door.
Give the wall a push. And we've got a hidden bedroom.
And wedding bells in Glasgow are silent when a man is arrested on his big day.
Imran! They're arresting me!
The UK attracts a constant stream of overseas visitors. Many come looking for work and a better life. Some people try to beat the system to stay in the country longer than they should. One method is to exploit the entitlements that come with marrying a British citizen. Today in Birmingham, Chief Immigration Officer Kevin Jolly and Immigration Officer Tina Ooligan are on their way to a registry office. They're about to arrest a Jamaican man on his wedding day.
Who's been an overstayer since 2001. He did ask for approval for the marriage, but was informed at that time that he was not lawfully in the country. He has received a letter. In the letter, it's absolutely clear that he should return to Jamaica and obtain a correct visa, and he hasn't done it.
When the man contacted the Home Office seeking permission to marry, he revealed himself as an illegal immigrant. It's been 8 years since his visa ran out. Now he lives with a British woman, her 3 children, and their 6-month-old baby.
Obviously, his intention is to, having obtained the marriage to a British citizen, submit some form of application so that he doesn't have to go back to Jamaica. But this is unfair to all the other people who do go back to their countries, do request visas, do get visas, pay the fee, and then return lawfully.
Although the groom is in the country illegally, his relationship is genuine. The Home Office granted his British wife approval to marry, but explained he still needed to legalise his immigration status, or he would face arrest.
That's him. That's him.
He hasn't gone back, and thanks to his application, the team know exactly when and where to find him.
Yeah, do you want to come with us, sir? If you could just come over to the vehicle with me, please. You've received your certificate of approval for marriage, but with that certificate of approval, you was given a letter stating that it wasn't leave to remain. Do you understand? You can now be arrested under Schedule 2 of the Immigration Act. So you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. If you come with us now, we'll explain everything, okay? I understand it's your wedding day, but we need to have a chat. So if you could get in the back for me, please, watch your head.
Officer Jolly has to break the news to the guests that there'll be no wedding.
All right. I'm very sorry to have caused this problem, but unfortunately the gentleman needs to be spoken to about his immigration status.
To the immigration
But
office at
hasn't he got
Solihull.
documents to say everything is in order?
No, he hasn't.
No.
She was obviously stunned. Here she is turning up expecting her friend to be married, a particularly joyous occasion, and it's all gone wrong.
You were sent a letter saying that because you was being granted the certificate doesn't automatically give you leave to remain in the UK.
Why are you taking me? No, I don't understand.
Because you're now under arrest under Schedule 2, which means that you could be removed from the UK.
They're written to me saying that they received my application.
For the certificate of marriage, that's all.
Yeah.
You haven't made any further applications to extend your stay, and because you've already overstayed, it makes it harder for you to get the application now.
But I did get it.
You haven't been granted any further leave. So you're still an overstayer, which means you're not legally present in the UK.
Yeah, well, the Home Office grant me the permission to get married. I've been through that process.
Yeah, because your fiancé is a British citizen. We can't stop a British citizen choosing who she marries. But what we need to do is make sure that as the groom, you've got the right leave. And at the moment, you haven't got that.
That doesn't make sense to me because I sent for an application, yeah? You could have come to me there and then and find me.
When the application was sent out, the certificate of approval, there was a letter attached to that stating that you are liable for detention and removal, and I have a copy of that on here. Listen, nothing's set in stone at the moment. Let's go back and we'll have a chat, okay?
You have to make sure your status in the UK is lawful. It's your responsibility, and in the end, when circumstances like these occur, it's your responsibility. It's nobody else's fault, it's yours.
It doesn't look good for the groom. He'll have to convince officers Jolly and Hooligan that he's made every effort to sort out his immigration status. Otherwise, instead of going home to his fiancée and children, he could be detained and sent back to Jamaica. Coming up, the enforcement team tests a student on his 5 years of studies.
What qualifications have you got? Just her.
And wedding day blues in Glasgow.
Just one word with my brother, I will leave. Yeah, what I did wrong, you tell me first.
In Stoke-on-Trent, an enforcement team are getting ready to go out on a raid. They're targeting a business they believe is employing illegal workers.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's jobs. The visit will take place at a superb Chinese takeaway just down the road called Hu Fook. The gentleman that's said to be there, he entered the UK some time ago. Has applied for 3 extensions to a student visa, all of which have been granted, the latest one being 2 months ago. We have no record of him ever attending a course in the UK, and he and his wife are said to live at these premises.
Good luck. If the team find the man living at the takeaway here in Stoke, they'll want to know why. He's supposed to be studying at a college in London, 130 miles away.
Be ready to exit vehicles ASAP.
The takeaway is owned by the student's wife. She has applied to stay in the UK as her husband's dependent.
Evening.
Hello.
Hello, miss. I'm from the UK Border Agency,
Yes.
Immigration Service.
Okay.
Are you in charge? Are you in charge?
Yes.
You are?
If the husband is
Fantastic.
here
My
under
name's Sean
false
Flatty. I'm
pretenses,
from the Border Agency.
and so is his wife.
Rushy.
Officers spot the husband in a car outside the takeaway.
Hello, sir. How are you doing? You
And
okay?
they find another Chinese man
Fantastic.
working in the kitchen.
Yeah? Nothing to worry about. Just call me college.
Come and have a quick chat
It's all right, don't worry.
But he don't know English.
You don't know English?
Can you tell him just to come and sit in the front so we can have a quick
You can get
The
into
team
it from
want to
Big
make
Work, can't
sure
you?
each person in the restaurant is entitled to work in the UK. They start by questioning
Chinese, okay. How long you been in the UK now?
Nearly 5 years.
And what's your immigration status in the UK?
Just student. I just come to see my babies. Thanks.
The man and his wife have 3 children. 2 of them
So
born
you're
in
studying
the
in
UK,
the UK, yeah?
but it's news to the team. The couple have not let the Home Office know about their growing family.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand why you are coming here.
We've just come, part of our role, immigration, is to check employees that the right permissions to work have been applied for.
Yeah, me. It's me.
You're the employer?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Have you got a list of your employees?
Yeah, you want the paper? You want to see the paper?
Absolutely brilliant.
As a student, the husband is allowed to work 20 hours a week, but he must be able to prove he's going to college.
So you're studying in the UK, yeah? Where do you study?
London.
And what's the name of the college?
I just been changed because I finished.
Well, you must know where you're studying.
Eh?
You must know the name of the college you're studying at.
Yeah.
And what is it?
I think I can't remember the name because I just changed.
So where were you studying before?
Just same college. No, same in London.
Yeah, what's the name of that college?
The business college.
And what was that address? What road was it on?
Update? Oxford.
Oxford Road?
No, Oxford Street.
Oxford Street? And what was the post in London? What was the postcode?
I can't remember the postcode.
How long did you study there for?
Just 1.5.
1.5 years. And what qualifications have you got? None at all?
No.
Okay. Just take a seat for us, please.
The man appears to have little in the way of knowledge or qualifications to show, but he has some papers he believes will prove that he's a genuine student.
It's all right if I have a look at this. I'm just looking for proof that he's been studying. At the moment, I don't believe he's been studying. We get a lot of bogus students coming up. As you say, they're studying in London, working all the way up here and doing no studying whatsoever.
Even though the student can remember little about his studies, he's in the clear. He's provided a receipt for his tuition fees and proof that he's renting a flat near his college in London.
You're not going to be a big multi-millionaire businessman after all.
If he were to be a fictitious student, then he's spending an awful lot of money putting a pretty elaborate plan together. So as far as we're concerned, he's legitimate. He's here today to see his wife. They've got 3 children. His plan is to stay here for another 18 months on a course and then return to China.
The student may be genuine, but the team haven't finished at the takeaway just yet. In a passageway next to the kitchen, one of the officers has made an interesting discovery.
Showing you, just walking past, chair in front of what looks like a wall, move the chair out of the way, give the wall a push, and we've got a hidden bedroom. Obviously somebody's sleeping, well, living in here. Telly, bed, clothing, etc. Quite well hidden. You could quite easily walk past it and not see that there's a room here. Makes you think that obviously the person that's in here wants to remain hidden from anybody visiting the premises.
Next, the spotlight will be on the man found working in the kitchen. He'll have to prove he has the right to be in Britain. In Birmingham, the Jamaican man who's just been arrested on his wedding day has some explaining to do.
Standing next to me.
His bride was granted permission to marry him, but he still needed to legitimise his status by returning to Jamaica to reapply for a visa.
At this moment in time, as far as we're aware, you are not lawfully in the country. You are an overstayer. It is an offence.
If you grant me the certificate of approval, so you could have refused me there and then I say, okay, no, we cannot grant you permission on the basis that you're an overstayer, so you need to do this and you need to do that. Why put me through that? Grant me the permission and then at the same time pick me up from there. That does make sense to me.
Another alternative is to come and take you from your home, but the situation is you may well be there with children. Now, what happened today, you have to admit, was the most gentle way of taking you out of the situation. Why didn't you just go back to Jamaica a long time ago, save yourself the money and all of this nonsense, get a visa and come back with a visa?
But it's not really just one thing to say, okay, this was the reason, definitely reason. But things just get dragged and I say, okay, there's that you need to do something about yourself now. And I started to do it.
Sure.
And I did it. And luckily, it was granted to me, and I said, well, God, I must be lucky.
Yeah.
But you don't feel so lucky.
Yeah, no problem. All right, nice to have met you. I'm sorry it was under these circumstances, okay? And all the best in the future.
He's very compliant, truly hurt by the way the situation's gone. But it's something that's going to have to be done, so it's better to do it now rather than later.
After 2 weeks in detention, the man is taken to Gatwick Airport to be put on a flight back to Jamaica. It's a far cry from the dreams he had on the day of his wedding.
We make all the plans. Can you imagine that? Just imagine that. So we got food, we got the art, we got music. Everything was being prepared. And everything just fell flat. So it's just a waste in every aspect that you look at it. And it never has to be like that. I didn't want to go back like this. I don't mind going back. I know going back would have been a part of the process, but not like this.
Not all attempts to use marriage as a way of staying in the UK are based on genuine relationships. Today, a team in Glasgow are targeting a man they believe has gone one step further in his search for permanent residency. Officer Ian Stewart and Officer Jeff Hunter are planning to intercept the man moments before he gets married.
Today we're off to visit a registrar's office in Glasgow, where we are going to investigate an alleged sham marriage, and we've received intelligence which tells us that a gentleman is going to marry a British lady, and he may not be entitled to be in the country and therefore not entitled to get married.
Are you ready? Guys, we'll be downstairs.
Today's groom is a Pakistani man who came into Britain on a student visa in 2008. But his history with the UK border agency is not good, and suggests he'll try anything to stay in the country.
The target has been in the UK previously, claimed to be a Bangladeshi national, and he was claiming asylum, and his asylum application was refused, and he was actually removed back to Dhaka in Bangladesh. So his own credibility is in doubt.
The couple have no idea about the extra guests planning to surprise them on their big day. The officers must keep their presence a secret in case the groom gets cold feet and runs.
Literally what Tennis Mum do just show them here.
The plan is no one can actually see where we are situated. Mr. Khan, his wife and the witnesses will be brought in. We'll be here. This is where we'll make our arrest and make further inquiries.
The wedding party has arrived, expecting to go straight into the marriage ceremony. But the team have arranged for just the groom to be brought into the room where they're ready and waiting.
Hello sir, you'd like to come in here for me please? Yep, hello. I'm an immigration officer from the United Kingdom Border Agency. So I'm arresting you as a suspected immigration offender. You do not have to say anything, but anything you do see may be noted and later given in evidence. For the moment, sir, for your safety and for mine, I'm going to place handcuffs on you. So I'd like you to put your hands like that for me, please. Out of you in front of you like this.
I will not do it till I see my lawyer because...
no, at the moment, sir, just put your hands up here for me. All right?
What I did
just keep them be explained to you, sir, okay?
You're under arrest at this moment in time as a suspected
I got all the legal documents with me.
Yes, listen carefully.
Do you understand?
I can't believe that. I mean, I got all the legal documents with me.
Understand?
I come through all the Home Office process.
Yes, just take a seat over here for me, Mr. Khan. All right? Right, so, can you tell me why you're here today?
Because I'm here to marry with my fiancée.
Okay, how long have you known your fiancée for?
Since August 2007.
And where did you first meet?
We met in the Market Town Centre first time. And we started dating each other.
Why are you marrying now, sir? Why are you getting married now?
Because I've been this lady from the last 2 years. Okay, and she's very caring, and we've been friends together first, and then we realized that we fell in love, right? And she asked me one day, and he said,
she asked you?
Yes. I said, you really like me, you really love me? I said, yes, I do really like you, love you, and I really care about you. And she did as well.
All right, Mr. Khan, is this a last-ditch attempt for you to stay in the United Kingdom by marrying a British citizen?
Well, look, to marrying a British citizen is not a crime, is not illegal, right?
I didn't ask you that,
no,
Mr. Khan. Listen to the question.
If somebody fell in love with me and I fell in love with you and we cohabiting each other, right, is not a crime, right?
Have you paid Just to marry you.
No, I did not pay any single penny. You can ask her right now. She's there.
All right, Mr. Khan. What we're going to do now is we're going to take you to a vehicle which is parked at the back of this building.
Can I see my lawyer for 1 word? 1 minute?
You get a chance to possibly speak to him later.
You can do that later, okay?
No, I'd like to just have one single word.
No, just listen carefully, sir. I'm trying to explain to you.
Otherwise you can use force or beat me.
Well,
I'll be screaming. To this officer till he explains everything to you.
Whatever,
okay?
you kill me, you beat me, but I want to have...
Sir, please, there's no need for that kind of talk. We're not going to kill you, we're not going to beat you. I'm trying to explain to what's going to happen. Listen, Mr. Khan, listen.
You're under arrest, you do as we said just now, okay?
My got a mother heart condition, right? Okay? You have to inform my brother at least.
Well, sir,
no, first you go and tell you're arresting me. No, you first you go and tell arresting me.
But Mr. Khan, if you do this nice and quietly, then your mother won't get upset, will she?
You will be given the chance at the police station to ask who you want informed, okay?
All right.
And we will speak to yourself.
And we will tell everyone here what's happening.
Imran!
Let's go.
So that's enough. Don't shout.
Imran! 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 They're arresting me! Imran!
Excuse me.
यार गजाला से बात करो यार.
Excuse me, please. No. Upstairs, you're not allowed up here.
Do this properly, sir.
I don't care who you are, just know you're not allowed up here.
Just 1 word with my brother, I will leave.
Not here at the police station.
Yeah, what I did wrong, you tell me first.
We will tell you.
Explain everything to you.
Can you explain this immigration here? What I go through all the documents, paperwork here.
Explain everything to you at the police station, okay? You need to calm down. Okay? Everything will be explained to you there.
Just sit in the car, sir. Okay. Just turn around, head down, keep your head down. That's it. Just sitting there.
We're going to go back up now. We're going to speak to the wife, we'll speak to the brother as well and let them know, fill them in with the circumstances, but we'll speak most importantly with her first of all and see what the story is that she's got to give us. Okay.
We're now going to interview the lady, so we'll see what happens here.
Well, you tell the truth.
Take a seat here, man.
Okay.
The team want to know what part the bride has played in planning the wedding. Will she back up the man's claims that they've been in a loving relationship for 2 years and that the proposed marriage is genuine?
That's secret.
Coming up, uncovering a secret life in the Stoke takeaway.
Narnia.
And tall tales revealed at Heathrow.
You've either lied to the Home Office so you can get your certificate, or you're lying to me now. They can't both be true. You can't have been in Brazil and met him.
At the Ho Fook takeaway in Stoke, the enforcement team are questioning the kitchen.
If he has a passport. No. Thank you.
Chief Immigration Officer Sean Flaherty uses an interpreter on the end of a phone.
Hello. Clandestine. Okay.
The man, who says he's an asylum seeker, claims he's just here as a guest of his friends and helping out a little in return.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
He has a letter from the Home Office about his asylum claim, which he keeps in his room.
What's that? Secret.
The hidden cubbyhole next to the kitchen.
Narnia. Fantastic, thank you.
He claims the letter confirms he has permission to work.
These are yours.
Officer
speak a bit of
Flaherty
English,
spots
yeah?
a second letter the man is less keen to have.
This one here, yeah, which you've quite rightly said, they will say there's no restrictions on you taking employment back in 1998.
Yeah.
But then, back in March 2008, you are not allowed to work.
Yeah, not working. I know not working.
Okay, right.
I only come here only 5 hours.
I accept that you're not getting paid, but in place of getting paid, you're given food and board. So it's work. Still work.
Officer Flaherty checks the Home Office records.
When was he refused exam?
The worker has never reported since claiming asylum in 1998, and his claim has been refused. He is listed as an absconder and is not allowed to work.
Okay, Mr. Zhou, you're under arrest. Okay?
Yeah.
You're a failed asylum seeker. Yeah? You have no leave to be in the United Kingdom. Okay? So you're now under arrest. Do you understand that?
No, I don't think that.
No, okay. I'll break it down nice and simple. You're under arrest. You shouldn't be working, you shouldn't be in the country. You haven't complied with immigration so far. You've rendered yourself in this position at the moment, okay? You're going to come with me, we'll have a word outside. Okay, my colleague's going to search your room. Alright? Okay, come to me. You've shown a continuing, blatant disregard for the immigration laws. Come here seeking our protection, and he hasn't done anything to kind of help himself or us. So he's under arrest now.
The team know that detaining and removing Chinese illegal immigrants is not straightforward. They will almost certainly have to release this man.
The problem we've got is the length of time it takes us to get a travel document for a Chinese person. It can be up to 12 months, so it's almost certain that we're not going to get bed space for him for 12 months. Somehow we have to persuade him that he should report to us and that he can't work during that time.
Time and a chance
The
to
takeaway
explain
owner
that
is
and to give a
legitimate
reason.
in the UK.
Okay.
As a dependent
So I'm just
of
going to
her
put some
husband,
details
the
down on this
student.
piece of paper, then I'll explain
She
it
has
to
been
you.
employing an illegal worker and could face a
can't-
fine
it's-
of up to £10,000.
You have to write to them. Okay, let me just explain what's happened. This gentleman here, he's not allowed to work.
He just helping me.
Helping's working, I'm afraid. He's not allowed
But
to
he
help.
also helping my children. Is he say working for my
He's not allowed to work in the UK.
So where he go?
He's going to be detained now. We're taking him to a police station where we'll interview him further.
Okay, man, your head. Go to the front. Take all your seats.
The team regularly find illegal immigrants who attempt to prolong their stay in the country by putting in baseless asylum claims.
Don't worry about it.
In 2008, the UK border agency sent 13,000 failed asylum seekers back.
Asylum's there for a reason. Asylum's there to offer protection to people who genuinely need it. People claim asylum and then don't cooperate with us, and it makes a mockery of the asylum system. And it's, frankly, it's an insult to the people who actually are genuinely seeking asylum. He hasn't played by the rules, and I think he should be detained long term. I want to get a passport for him. That's my opinion. Right.
There is not enough room to detain all illegal immigrants picked up in enforcement
Let's just get to the
raids,
door.
especially when it can take a year to get hold of their travel.
Let's just get to the door and then come back, mate.
After being interviewed, the man is released on
one off.
Alistair, can you do
The
that?
owner of the takeaway will be fined up to £10,000 for employing an illegal.
I'm used to it now, mate.
In Glasgow, a team are investigating what they believe is a sham marriage. They have arrested a Pakistani man who was minutes away from tying the knot with his British bride. He says they've been in a steady relationship for 2 years and are very much. Now it's the bride's turn to explain how she came to be betrothed to the man she knows as Jamie Rose.
How long have you known this man?
August 2007.
August 2007. Where did you meet him? In a pub, in a club, in a restaurant, in a house?
In a shop. In a car. It's one of my friend's pals, so I met him through a friend, and his friend brought him through to meet me in his car.
In a car. So that was the first time you met, was in a car?
First when I met him.
Was that in a car park or was that just in the street?
Just in the street.
And what was the purpose of this meeting? Why did your friend bring this man to meet you?
Just some about talking to me and asking if things to do, like if I was getting money, like benefits and all that.
Did he mention giving you any money at all for the purpose of possibly getting married? Especially if you tell the truth.
No, he's never. He's offered, he's gave me money in that, but
How much money has he been giving you?
£20.
What is that? Every day, every week, every month?
Every week.
Gives you £20 every week. And what's that for?
That's just to help me out if I'm stuck with stuff like for gas and the like and that.
Whose idea was it to get married?
It wasn't mine.
All right. Did you fill in a form to get married? Because I've seen a form with all your details on, about your name, your mother, your father, and it's signed by you.
I signed it, but I never filled the form in.
So you didn't fill the form in, it was filled in for you by...
I don't know who by.
But it was filled in when you saw it.
I filled in when I saw it.
Did Jamie not tell you what it was for?
No, Jamie just said sign your name there, that's what I got told today.
And has he ever mentioned to you about getting married so that he can stay here in the United Kingdom, stay in Scotland? Have you ever discussed that?
He mentioned something like that. He asked me, but I never, because he only mentioned something about, have you ever been married before? And I told him, no, I've not been married before. But he mentioned about married and that, but he never mentioned anything about getting married to me or anything.
So if Jamie had said to you, come on, let's go to Glasgow, we're going to get married, what would you have said to him?
I would have said no.
Have you ever had any intention of getting married to Jamie Rose-Can?
No, just friends. Eh?
Do you believe now that he's deceiving you so that he can remain in the UK?
Yeah, I know. If I knew all this, I would never have done it.
Okay. I'll take you back through. Okay.
I don't know what she thought she was coming to sign. She thought she was coming to sign papers, and she had no intention of getting married, didn't know she was coming to get married. Why else he would come to a registry office, I'm not 100% certain, but she was certainly in no mind to get married today, so it kind of it puts the mockers on his explanation of why he's here today.
The team are satisfied the man's attempt to get married today was a scam to stay in the UK. And they caught him just in time.
If he did get married today, then ultimately he would have been in a far stronger position with the Home Office to submit any applications to remain in the UK, because he would have obviously been saying that he was in a marriage that was subsisting, and it would be harder for us with any applications that he put in to reject that.
The man is held in detention, awaiting his removal back to Pakistan. The team accept that the bride was an innocent victim of his scam. At Heathrow's Terminal 3, a Brazilian man has arrived to see his British civil partner. They got married the last time he was in the UK, and now he wants to spend 6 months with his husband. Chief Officer Matt Dyson asks Officer Lee Salih to investigate because the passenger claims to have another important reason for his visit. He's on police bail and due to appear in court.
He says he was arrested after visiting a sick Greek friend in a hotel who had overdosed on cocaine. He says that he was not using the drug, but he was arrested anyway.
Okay.
We need to speak to the police. How serious, is the investigation into him, or is it something that they would let slip and just not be that bothered about if he wasn't actually here?
Yeah.
If it is quite serious, is he somebody that we should be admitting anyway?
To find out, Officer Lee needs to know more about the passenger's brush with the law.
Let's phone the police.
Well, I'm not until Monday. You on Monday?
I understand there are some charges pending, and I'd be grateful if someone can give me a call back as to whether or not he's required to attend a hearing on the Friday the 1st of May. Thanks very much. Belgravia police station is busy.
While Officer Lee waits to hear if the police want to pursue a case against the passenger, her own investigation throws up serious questions about the man's immigration history.
He was actually arrested in the UK on a drugs charge in March 2009. According to his passport, he entered the UK in April 2008. As a visitor to the UK, he's only allowed to stay 6 months. So if he entered the UK in April 2008 and was still here in March 2009, he's overstayed by almost 5 months.
Officer Lee checks the passenger's earlier visits to see if he's made a habit of overstaying his visa. She finds the evidence she's looking for in his application to marry his civil partner.
And he confirms in this letter that he met him in August 2007 in a London nightclub. The problem we have with that is he was stamped in as a visitor in January 2006. There are no other entry or exit stamps for the UK in that period of time, so he must have overstayed here because he's only supposed to stay 6 months. He should have left the UK in the summer, but he was still here a year and a half later. Bless him.
It appears the passenger has twice stayed longer in Britain than he should have.
Okay, do you want to come through?
Officer Lee wants to see if there's anything in his bags
so
to reveal
this is
what
all
he's
your luggage.
doing in
You
the
don't
country
have any more
this
luggage. Did you pack the bags yourself?
Yeah.
Did anybody help you pack? Are you aware of the contents? You know everything that's in your bags?
Yeah, I know everything.
And why were you arrested? Why did the police arrest you here? Why did they arrest you?
My friend bought a hell, he was drug in a hotel and they called me for helping him. And I was helping him, asked to the emergency, but I was the phone in the hotel, so I did say the hotel, my friend did use the drug. And then the hotel called the police.
You weren't using the drugs then?
No.
No?
I drink a lot of Jack Daniels, I love it.
You like your Jack Daniels?
I love
What do you drink it with? What do you have it with? Coke?
Coke.
We're going back upstairs, yeah? Yeah.
Officer Lee has learned a little more about the passenger's adventures with the police. She has also found something to suggest
Okay, sir.
that he might
Give me a
be
few
here
minutes,
to
I'll come
work.
back and then I'll interview you. He was carrying a lifeguard qualification ID. Is he doing that here? Because he's not supposed to. He's not supposed to work. My suspicion is he's working here as a lifeguard. How he's doing that, I don't know. Whether he's got some other form of ID that he presents, an ID card from another country maybe.
It's time to find out how the passenger has beaten the system for so long.
Mr. Toledo, come out, sir.
And to discover what he's up to this time.
Okay, so if you can just take a seat there for me. So why do you have the lifeguard ID?
Because I did the course. I did try to work for lifeguard when I finished the course, but no, it's no work for me.
Okay, apart from your Brazilian passport, do you have any other nationality passport or identification document?
No. I did it before. When I come in 2006, I was make for work, but no, I didn't take the. I got the prison for this for 1 month and a half.
What document were you using?
It's Italy.
Passport?
Yeah.
How did you get that? Where did you get it from? Who from? Yeah.
Okay.
Who from?
I meet somebody in the restaurant. He say to me, "Ah, you don't have visa?" No. So I make the passport for you, and I say, "How much?" £300. And me,
Okay, where did you go to prison? In England?
Yeah, in England. Yeah.
If the passenger wants to come into the country to see his husband, he'll have to convince Officer Lee that his travels have been legitimate since going to prison for using a fake Italian passport. At Heathrow, the story given by the passenger from Brazil is not adding up. Both his arrest for possessing drugs and meeting his husband happened during periods he should not have been in the country. Officer Lee suspects he's been using a fake Italian passport to get in and out of Britain.
I'm going to start from the beginning of your first time here, okay? How long did you say you would stay?
Couple 6 months, and I did stay 6 months.
So when did you leave the UK that year? When did you leave?
When did you leave the UK?
So you came in July.
Yeah.
When was the next time that you entered the UK?
It's 2008.
That's a lie. You claim in your letter that you wrote to the Home Office that you met your partner in October 2007 in London.
In 2007.
How did you do that if you weren't in the country?
Which day? But which day did you apply for
How could you have met him if you weren't in the country?
I didn't meet him in 2008. I didn't meet him in 2007.
Well, that's what you told the Home Office.
You're wrong. I'm not liable there.
You've either lied to the Home Office so you can get your certificate, or you're lying to me now. All right? One of those things, they can't both be true. You can't have been in Brazil and met him. You say in that letter you were together from October 2007.
Is it 2007?
Yes. Were you in the UK in 2007? Yes or no?
Yes, in 2007. But I did go to Brazil and I come back, but I don't know which month I'm coming back, you know, because I come to Italy. I really don't like, so it drives me serious. I try to remember things. There's a situation
Right, my next
me,
question. My next question is then, how did you enter the UK? What passport?
Brazilian.
Where's the entry stamp?
Yeah, exactly. I don't have it.
Why not? How can you, as a Brazilian national, travel from Italy to the UK without getting a stamp in your passport? How would they not stamp your passport?
Because it's normal boat. It's not like.
Even I go on the boat to France. They check my passport.
Depende
Why
which
don't?
boat you use, lady.
Which port did it leave?
It's not port.
Well, the boats don't sail from Italy to the UK unless you went on a cruise ship. So where did you sail from?
Seriously, I can't remember. It's 2007.
You need to start giving me some explanations, sir, all right? Because at the moment, your immigration history with the UK is not very good, is it?
Yeah, no, I see that.
Quite a lot's come out of the interview in the sense that I had a suspicion that he may well have been using another document of some kind. And he's admitted to me straight away that he did use an Italian passport to try and get a national insurance number. He won't admit to having used it to travel on, but my suspicion is he has, because the fact he doesn't have stamps in his passports for his claimed visits to and from the continent would lead me to believe he's used it. He's obviously admitted he's been here for 4 years on and off, pretty much constantly, living here. I think he's been working. He won't admit to it, but you know, he's been working here. He's not a genuine visitor. He wants to live here. He's not a genuine visitor.
Even though Officer Lee is in no doubt about the passenger's status, she must refer the case to Chief Officer Dawson.
Okay. In my opening gambit was, have you ever been in possession, or are you entitled to, any other nationality document or ID? Oh, well, there was the Italian passport that I went to prison for a month for. Ka-ching.
So he's either overstayed or he's been in and
using
out
a
using
dodgy
a fraudulent
document.
Either way, it doesn't sit
He went
well.
to prison for a month. He used it to try and get an NI number, and it was deemed forged, because it was.
Has he used it to travel though?
He says not, but I don't believe that.
Well, but then he's damned by his own words. He's either used the document to travel, which again is illegal, or he's overstayed. He can't have it both ways.
And he acknowledges that.
Right. Well, we'll just have him as an overstayer then.
Okay. No worries. Yeah. I'll do it.
Thanks. He's a serial abuser of UK law and the immigration system. He's overstayed twice. He's apparently, by his own admission, done a short period of time for using a false Italian passport, and he's currently under investigation for drugs charges. I don't consider that that's the sort of person I want to be letting in.
Mr. Toledo. Hello. I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Which kind of bad news?
Bad news is that you're going to be refused entry to the UK. We're not allowing you in.
No, in UK.
Not coming into the UK, and we're going to send you back to Brazil on Sunday morning. Well,
I don't understand
okay,
why
well,
you let
because
me
you're
here.
coming here as a visitor, and you've been living here as a visitor. You're not allowed to do that.
No, the first time, but now I was married. It's another situation.
But you don't have the right visa.
See, I'm in this.
If you read your Home Office letter, sir, it quite clearly says that doesn't mean you can stay and live here. You still need to sort the paperwork
Sorry
out.
about that.
All
Sorry
right.
about that. Thank you.
Have a safe journey home.
All right.
He's shown a blatant disregard, really, for immigration rules. He may not understand it. He may claim not to understand it. But the fact of the matter remains, that stamp in his passport tells him he can't work and he can only stay for 6 months. He's broken at least two occasions he's stayed longer than he should, so them's the rubs, I guess.
The police do not pursue the drugs charge, deciding instead it's better the passenger is kept out of Britain. He's put on a flight back to Brazil, where he'll have to hatch another plan if he wants to see his husband. Britain's borders are protected by 25,000 men and women. At home and abroad, their job is to seek out the lawbreakers and imposters who don't have a right to be here. They are the UK Border Force. Tonight, a couple who didn't exist.
I've lied all the time and I don't want to, to carry this burden of lying all the time.
An illegal worker is caught on camera.
Red t-shirt, gentleman working with red t-shirt, that's you, serving a customer.
And a student is given a lecture at Heathrow.
You've got documents by deception. How you got them, I don't know. All right, so stop messing about, because this is ridiculous.
Rising immigration in rural Britain has brought an increase in illegal workers. In Wales, enforcement teams search the valleys for immigration offenders. Today, Officer Whitmarsh Knight is en route to a Chinese takeaway suspected of employing illegal workers.
Am I going to have any runners out the back? And then hopefully when we get in there, there'll be some people we can actually remove out of it.
As two of the team enter from the front, Officer Whitmarsh Knight covers the rear.
Up, here we go.
Hey! Right, trying to run! They're trying to run! They're trying to run! Right.
Two men are stopped, trying to escape out of the back.
Can you turn all off, please, for me? Turn them out there.
And there are more in the kitchen. Along with the boss, 5 people are found on the premises.
Do you speak English? No. Do you speak English? No. Oh, don't speak any English, they say.
As Officer Whitmarsh Knight questions one of the runners using an interpreter on the phone, Officer Collins goes upstairs.
Hello. Just you in here, isn't it? Is anyone else up here? Adult? A mum? Dad?
Mum and Dad?
Yeah?
Downstairs.
Okay. Heidi, we've got 2 up here, 2 children.
While 2 young children have been found upstairs, Officer Whitmarsh Knight has found out why this man was so keen to get away.
He's claiming that he arrived here illegally in 2003, that he came to Sunny Riska for fun, and he's only been here a couple of days.
But he's registered with a dentist.
Oh, there we are, register with a dentist, which you do when you're on holiday.
He admits entering Britain illegally. He is now arrested. As officers search for documents relating to the man they've just arrested, they find an asylum registration card that belongs to the second man who tried to run.
That's Immigration Nationality Application Registration Card.
These cards are given to asylum seekers. They store fingerprints and state if they're allowed to work.
But it actually says employment prohibited there, and even bigger at the back. It means that he's in the system. We have checked, and he is a failed asylum seeker. He's absconded.
You? Working? Yeah? Is that downstairs?
No.
No? Busy boy then.
All his appeal rights are exhausted, and he has since disappeared off the screen. So we're looking to take him into the police station so we can get the travel document application up and running for him as well.
Officer Nick Jupp interviews the father of the child found upstairs.
Is it the 2 children upstairs, your children?
No, 1 child.
1 child. Is that the boy or the girl?
Jennifer.
Jennifer, is it? Okay.
After you.
He finds a passport that shows he's in Britain legally via Ireland.
Irish. Ireland has sort of different set of immigration rules, and sometimes it is easier for foreign nationals to get Irish citizenship. If a child is born in Ireland, then it automatically qualifies for Irish citizenship. Then they're obviously allowed to stay in the UK as well because it's part of the European Union. So as far as I'm concerned, this family is fine.
2 out of 3 employees are not allowed to work. But there is still one more to be interviewed. Officers will have to find out who she is and why she's here. Coming up, the extraordinary case of stolen identity.
Well, I have no other identity than that, sorry.
Who's Rajendra Naidu? Let us come here for you. Why are his payslips here?
And amnesia at Heathrow.
You've forgotten where you got your certificates from, haven't you?
No,
Yeah. How do you get a certificate from a college you don't attend?
The Criminal Investigations team at Croydon deal with serious immigration crime. Officer Tina Leonette investigates cases of identity fraud. Just over a year ago, UK Border Agency took a call from a woman in America. She said that she and her brother had been victims of identity theft by a man and woman living as a married couple in Britain.
I'm just conscious. So basically we've got these two people who have stolen the identities of a brother and sister. They're pretending to be brother and sister for benefit claims, but they're actually, if not husband and wife, they're certainly partners.
Today, Tina's team prepare to visit the couple's home address for the first time. It's a big day. Tina has been working on this case for 6 months, a case that also involves serious benefit fraud.
So we've got an overpayment roughly about in excess of £100,000.
That's right, yeah. They've been claiming benefits since 2002. It will total over 100,000.
The real person left the UK in 1984. She went to the States to get married, and she's not been back since.
The woman they're looking for is suspected of stealing the identity of someone called Savitri Naidu. If she answers to this name, she'll be arrested. Living at the same address is the woman's partner, who uses the name Rajendra Naidu. According to Home Office records, his real name is Mark Singh.
But what we're looking for is evidence of who these people really are, how long they've lived in the UK, what documents they've got. They've been here a long time. They must have, they've established a life. So we need to find out exactly what they've been doing and how.
Hello, sir. UK Border Agency. Can you come in and speak to you? Is that all right? Yeah. Can you come in, please? Thank you. What's your name, sir? Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. You've got a living room we can come and speak to you in, sir. Thank you very much.
What's your first name, Mr. Singh?
Hello, madam. Mark Anthony.
Mark Anthony. Do you want to have a seat, please?
The man has identified himself as the target, Mark Singh.
What's your name, madam, please?
Naidu.
Naidu. Okay. Savitri.
Viren Naidu.
And the woman says she is Savitri Naidu, but the team believes this name belongs to someone else.
And what nationality are you?
Well, Guyanese, but British as well.
Okay, the reason why we're here is that we have information that you have possibly assumed the identity of somebody else, and that Savitri Naidu isn't your real identity. Okay? I'm therefore arresting you on suspicion of illegal entry, obtaining a pecuniary advantage by deception, and obtaining property by deception. Do you understand why you're under arrest?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, just explain that we think you've taken the identity of somebody else.
Well, I have no other identity than that, sorry.
Okay, right, well, we need to talk to you about it at the police station, and you can therefore explain your version of events, alright?
The woman is sticking to her story. Officers must now search for evidence to prove her real identity.
It's a money order. She's obviously sent home. It's got this address with a different name on.
It's got the name Kamali.
Which is similar to the name that we thought she really was.
That's possibly who she really is. So that's quite good evidence already.
As the woman's story begins to unravel, Officer Burkham finds some pay slips that may relate to her partner.
There's a payslip here addressed to Mr. R.V. Naidu, so clearly he's been working at the hospital using that identity. You know, the sort of document you'd expect to find lying around the house of somebody who's using an identity. Is it Mr. Singh? Yeah. Who's Rajendra Naidu?
He lives at London Road there.
So why do you have all these documents in your house then?
No, he used to come here.
Sorry?
He used to be here also.
He used to be here.
Yeah,
So why are his
he's moved.
documents all still here then?
He let us come here for him.
Why are his payslips here?
I have to say the truth, yeah. I have to tell you the truth. Let's go to the police station. I will tell you the truth what happened. Yeah, I have to be honest on how.
You're using that name, aren't you?
Yes, I am using it.
You are. Okay, fine. All right, sir. No problem. We found some documents addressed to a guy called Rajendra Naidu, and Tina mentioned at the briefing that that she thought it's an identity that this gentleman has been using. So I just asked him about the documents, and he admitted that he is using them. So we think he's going to be arrested for those offences as well.
The man confesses. He's been working at a hospital canteen for 5 years under a false name.
All right, okay.
Yeah, that's mine.
And amongst the haul of documents, officers believe they've just found the woman's real passport.
This is a good find. In these cases, it's always very hard to find out who the real person is. Passport says Kamini Sukram, born 23rd of February 1964, Guyanese. Looks like she's been here since 1995 when she was given 6 months entry as a visitor, and doesn't appear to have had a stay extended since then. So she's obviously assumed the ID we've arrested her under sometime after 1995.
Kamini Sukram came to Britain on a 6-month visit visa from Guyana, South America. She's been here for 14 years using someone else's name. With this stolen identity, she's claimed just over £100,000 in state benefits and even managed to become a British citizen. She's kept quiet so far, but with a house full of documents revealing 14 years of deception, it's not long before the truth comes out.
We're not here to tell lies, are we? It's just, you tell the truth and that's it, finish with. I've lied all the time and I don't want to, carry this burden of lying all the time.
It is a relief, so let the judge know the truth, and as I said, I want the truth to let the truth be known.
Each year, Britain welcomes 200,000 foreign students who come here to study. Most are genuine, but some students use college documents to enter Britain even though they have no intention of studying. Today, Officer Lisa Lee has stopped a student who tells her he's coming back to Britain to continue his studies at a college in London.
On arrival, he was very vague about what he studied, didn't know very much about his subject area, which is IT. What's a URL? What does HTTP stand for? He didn't have a clue. Now, clearly, he's been studying IT for almost 3 years. He should have a better idea of what's going on than that.
He appears to know little about his course, and Officer Lee suspects he's not been studying at all. The passenger says he's a student at Churchill College in London.
All right. Do you want to just grab your hand luggage and we'll go down and get your other bag? Okay. All right.
A bag search gives a chance to find evidence that can back up suspicions about a passenger's reasons for coming to Britain.
You studied a diploma in IT, yeah? But you don't know what URL is or HTTP? All right, you never mentioned this college to me before. I did. No, you didn't. You've forgotten where you've got your certificates from, haven't you?
No, London is a college.
You didn't tell me about this college, sir. I specifically asked you and you didn't mention it.
Officer Lee has found some college certificates from a different college to the one where he says he studies.
You didn't tell me you went to the College of Professional and Management Studies.
I told you before.
You did not, sir. You said you enrolled in October 2007 at this college. This says you were studying somewhere else at the time. I wrote it down. So how'd you get a certificate from a college you don't attend? Wish my university had been like that. We're going back upstairs, and then I'm going to interview you properly. You're not going to talk to me now? No? Fair enough. If you don't want to answer my questions, we can send you back to India without answering my questions, okay? If you don't answer, we can refuse your entry. Failure to cooperate with an immigration officer, yeah? he had some documents with him, some certificates from a college he's not mentioned at all to me on arrival. I specifically went through his study history in the UK, and he said he studied at one place for a year and then transferred to the college he claims to be studying at now. And he's got a totally different diploma from a different college that we've not come across before, so how did he get that?
Officer Lee phones the college where the passenger says he's currently studying.
Oh, hello, sir. It's Officer Lee from Immigration. What was his attendance at your college? Really? So why does he know nothing about his course then? So he was attending when? Right, from October 2007. All right then, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye. The current college he claims to be at is maintaining he has a very high percentage of attendance.
The college supports his story, but Officer Lee wants to know more about the certificates she found in his bag from a different college.
Okay, this college, the number is no longer in operation. So I will do a quick check online and see if I can get anything else for them. Well, it still has a website. Okay, I've just checked the Department for Innovation, University and Skills Register, which colleges have to be on if students are to be given their visas or extensions of stay. The college that he got this letter from is no longer on it, if indeed it ever was. So the phone number's not working, the college isn't on the register, but they do still have a website. But their latest news is actually from May 2007, so chances are it's closed down. So he's attending 2 colleges virtually the whole time to do the same course. He can't have been in 2 places at once.
The passenger appears to have been studying at 2 colleges at the same time. Someone's not telling the truth. Officer Lee wants to find out what he's been up to since he was given a student visa 3 years ago.
He's not a student here, I can just feel it. I just know from experience that he's not studying here, but we have to have concrete evidence that we can use to overturn his visa. That's what I'm going to go and get.
At a Chinese takeaway in South Wales, 2 out of 5 workers have been arrested after trying to escape the enforcement team. The manager who employed them has been a British citizen for over 20 years.
You got naturalised in the 80s.
He decides to help Officer Collins question the remaining workers.
You're a boss, you're an employer. Do you have any documents to say that you can work here? Just so you can... You haven't got a copy. What's her immigration status?
Well, she was asylum seeker.
She's an asylum seeker, so she's claimed asylum.
Yeah.
What's the outcome of that asylum claim?
She's allowed to work.
Allowed to work. So she's got asylum, has she? She's been granted asylum, refugee status. When was it granted?
1996.
She was granted in 1996.
That's when
she made a claim. So she claimed in 1996. But when was it granted?
She's still waiting for my solicitor.
She's waiting for the solicitor, but she hasn't been granted yet then, has she? So you told me that she was allowed to work, so you've seen documentation that says she hasn't worked, but you can't have. She's just said she hasn't been granted.
Although she's told her manager she's an asylum seeker, he still believes he's seen paperwork that proves she can work. Some asylum seekers are given permission to work by UK border agency. He'll need to find the documents to prove this, or could face a £10,000 fine.
Occasionally, very rarely, we give permission to work. So he's looking for a document to confirm that now. He's the one who's been responsible for hiring all 3. Have you seen a passport for any of them, Mr. Trim, no?
No.
Well, he's got a fair few documents down there, so with a bit of luck there'll be something in there that will help us. So it's not there?
Not there, no. I thought I had it.
Okay.
It's not there.
He can't find the documents he needs. And next door, all that turns up is a driving licence.
All right, that's fine. Like you said, we'll take this down and then we'll just confirm your details, okay?
Downstairs, Officer Collins checks the woman's details on the Home Office database. Her immigration
I think
history is
that's
extensive.
about it, isn't
She's
it?
had
There's
3
nothing much we can do. I
applications
mean,
to stay in Britain
she's got 2
since
children upstairs, so we're gonna do a little
1996.
stump,
They've
but
all
thanks a
been
lot for that.
refused.
I might need to call
She
you
now
back
has
in
a
a second. I've
4th
just got to consult
application
with
in
my
the
CIO.
system for
Nice one.
her
Cheers, mate.
and her child. Until she gets a decision, she's not supposed to work and must report to the local police station every month.
Passport, driving license upstairs.
She can't work then.
No. We can't find anything to say that she can work. She's got a report. She's got to check in with this immigration and let us know where she is at all times, okay? So what I'm going to do is set her up a report. I'm not going to arrest her, put her in custody. There's a child upstairs and everything else, okay? It's imperative she does that, okay? That way she can start getting some money, because obviously she can't work here again at this point, because obviously 1996, she's been here quite a long time, and if we can get this sorted for her, better for her, okay? And obviously the child.
The manager of the takeaway is fined £20,000 for employing 3 illegal workers.
It seems that apparently what I'm doing is illegal, it's not right, so I have to wait now.
The 2 kitchen workers who tried to escape are taken to a local police station. After further questioning, they were released and asked to report to the police station twice a week. So far, they are complying. Coming up, the plot thickens in the case of stolen identity, and yet another stolen name is found.
Mark, who's Indra Mohan?
And it's rise and shine in Wales.
Hello, mate. Immigration Service. Got a warrant to enter the premises. Do you want to get yourself up, please?
In South London, the criminal investigations team have arrested a couple from Guyana, South America. For the last 14 years, they've been using stolen identities to live in Britain.
They have used an identity that's not theirs to claim benefits, and they've received thousands of pounds from the public purse.
They've claimed just over £100,000 in benefits as brother and sister. In reality, they're living together as a married couple. Searching through stacks of documents has revealed this woman's real name is Kamini Sukru. Now the team want evidence to prove the identity of her partner. He was living here using a stolen name, Rajendra Naidu, whilst he was registered with the Home Office as Mark Singh. And just now, they found a bank statement with yet another name, Indra Mohan.
Who's Indra Kumar Mohan then? Who is he to you then? Because the account's in that name and your name. It's a joint account. Indra Kumar Mohan or Kamini Sukram, which is your real name. So who is this guy?
He was like a friend.
Was he an ex-boyfriend or something, or what?
Hey?
Was he an ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
He's an ex-boyfriend.
If you tell us where they are. Everything.
Alright. Do you know how much is in it at the moment?
We just found a Guyanese bank statement which had her real name on it and the name of somebody else, Indra Mohan. I suspected that might have been Mark Singh's other real identity, but she said it was some ex-boyfriend in Guyana.
Mark, who's Indra Mohan?
It's her partner.
Okay.
The couple both claim that Indra Mohan is the woman's partner. Officers have found an identity card which could clear up the confusion.
Do you know Mr. Mohan?
When he's done, I'll bring it down to you.
No.
You don't know Mr. Mohan? That's strange. That's a picture of Mr. Mohan. That was a Guyana identity card in the name of Indra Mohan, which had Mr. Singh's photograph on it.
With his true identity revealed, a relieved Indra Mohan now wants to come clean.
We were like in prison in here. We cannot go anywhere. I can't go for a holiday nowhere. I can't see my mom who just heart bypassing in New York. I can't even go to see her, and so I'm happy. If I'm going home, I'm happy. I'm just sad enough. I fed up. I was expecting this to come more far more earlier, but at this time.
The confessions continue. Now it's the turn of his partner.
What started all this was, as soon as I landed here, then I got pregnant
I wish this thing would happen when you were 3, 4 years old.
That's what
So you could have grew up in.
where the lie started.
After 14 years in hiding, this couple has finally been caught up.
Sit in the front and put a seatbelt on from here.
But it's a familiar story for the investigations team.
Identity hijacking is not uncommon. It's rife, really, particularly for people that are desperate to stay in the UK. They'll do anything.
Identity fraud of one sort or the other costs the taxpayer £1.2 billion every year. While fingerprints and photographs are taken at Croydon Police Station, Officer Leonette has made another discovery about the man's real identity.
When we were at the address today, we found an identity in the name of Indra Mohan. We made checks with the Home Office, and it appears that this person arrived in the UK in 1990. There's allegations of domestic violence, and he was either deported or removed in 1991. He wouldn't therefore be allowed to come back in that identity. Hence, that's why he's acquired another identity of Mark Singh.
He left Britain as Indra Mohan and came back illegally as Mark Singh. He then applied to stay in the UK indefinitely using this name.
They've lied to everybody. They knew this was coming, so they'll just have to take the consequences.
The couple from Guyana were remanded in custody. They later pleaded guilty to deception and benefit fraud. They were each sentenced to 8 months in prison. Still held at immigration control is the returning student from India. Officer Lee wants to know why his documents show he studies in 2 places at once.
Just follow me, sir.
But this student can't even remember the name of the college his certificates are from.
Take a seat. You don't know the name of the college where you studied for a whole year?
Not whole year, 6 months.
6 months? You sure? So how long did you study at the second college was my question.
I think 8 months or something.
What subjects did you study?
Well, first year.
For your 8 months at the second college, whose name you can't remember, what subjects did you study?
Can't remember.
You can't tell me what the name of the college was or what you studied while you were there?
Cool.
You've forgotten?
So I've got all my documents, you can check there.
Well, I'm asking you, sir, because the only way I can be sure that you've studied here is if you tell me, and you can't tell me anything.
Yeah, because I told you my memory is not so sharp.
That's not an excuse. I know why you can't remember the second one, because you never went there. When did you enrol at Churchill College?
October, I think.
October what year?
2007.
So why then do you have letters from the other college, the second college, saying you were also enrolled at their college at the same time?
What time?
The same time you say you've been studying at Churchill College?
No.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a look?
No, because that will give you the name of the college. One of them's wrong. I have a problem with the fact that you've got documentation in your bags which tells me that you were studying in 2 places at once. You may disagree with me, that's what the documents say. This leads me to believe that you've been less than honest with me so far today.
Listen, this is true.
Don't tell me to listen.
Okay.
I've got the documents. You can't remember what's on there because you never went there. That's why you don't know the name of the college. You've got documents by deception. How you got them, I don't know. All right, so stop messing about because this is ridiculous. Saying you can't remember the name of somewhere you claim to have studied at for 8 months. It's ludicrous. Ludicrous.
Need some time to think.
I can sit here and wait, it's fine. Tell me all the lecturers' names.
Can't remember.
Tell me what exam you sat last.
Can't
Tell me
remember
what the title of the exam was.
I told you I can't remember right now.
Why not?
Because my mind is not steady. I told you. My mind is all messed up. I can't remember. I need some time.
Rubbish.
It's not rubbish.
You've been found out. You don't know the answers because you're not studying anything. It's quite frustrating because I know that anyone with any credibility as a student would remember the answers to my questions. You know, where did you study? He can't remember a whole year of his life. It's quite obvious he's got something to hide. Quite clearly he's trying to conceal something about his past here. It may well be that he has been attending college, the current college. The problem I have is how can I be sure of that if he's telling me he can't remember his tutors' names, the modules he sat, when he sat an exam, or what exam he sat. It's just nonsense.
Officer Lee is convinced he's not been studying, but without hard evidence, there's little to go on. She talks it over with her chief immigration officer.
All I have is that he has absolutely no idea. He just can't remember anything about his college. He can remember his journey there, he can remember a bit about what he does at work, but every time you ask him anything academic, he's got no idea. College is saying he's attending, but at the moment he's not satisfying me that he is, but I don't know what we can do. Because clearly I don't think we have enough at the moment.
No, because if it went to appeal, what we'll have is the college saying, yes, he's attended, yes, he's got all these pass marks, we're the educational provider, we know if someone's a good student or not. Well, we haven't got enough to go on. No. Personally, I think we're flogging a dead horse.
I know, as frustrating as it is. I shall tell him the good news. He'll be thrilled.
I'm sure he will be.
As one of the colleges says he's studying there, and there is no evidence to say otherwise, Officer Lee has no choice but to allow him into Britain.
Right, it's your lucky day. All right? You awake? You understand what I'm saying, yeah? My chief immigration officer and I have spoken about you at length, all right? Now, whilst I'm not satisfied that you're studying here, at the moment I don't have enough to cancel your visa. So you're being allowed to enter today, all right? However, when your visa comes up for renewal in November, you'd better hope that you can remember by then what you've been studying. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem, all right?
So I think it was a bit stress, but end of the day it was quite good to a happy ending, would you say? I'll try and remember next time.
Unless I have an admission from him or from the college or from his employer that he has done something in breach of his visa conditions, I have no choice but to grant him entry.
No work, only sleep, eat.
Maybe some studying?
Yeah, of course. Alright, bye.
It's 11 p.m. in South Wales and the enforcement team is looking for illegal workers.
Specific intelligence was that the illegal workers would be there after 10 o'clock, so that's why we're there at this time of night.
This team raids 150 takeaways every year in the search for immigration offenders. Tonight they're visiting a kebab shop.
Good evening, fellas, immigration. We've got a warrant to come in.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see what you're doing. Hello!
Officers search the premises for employees, even if it means waking them up.
Hello, mate. Immigration Service. Got a warrant to enter the premises. Do you want to get yourself up, please?
Downstairs, Officer Collins begins to question a man he found in the kitchen.
Nationality, where are you from?
I am from Turkey.
Turkey. Where are you living? Upstairs.
Abi, diyor burada mı?
Is he sleeping upstairs? Is he living upstairs in the flat? Are you here on a work permit?
Work permit?
You got, in your passport, what have you got? Okay, wait there.
Can I take?
Yeah, 1 second. He's got a passport upstairs there as well.
As officers search for the Turkish man's passport, the man who's just woken up faces a grilling from immigration.
So you've applied to stay here, have you? You're Albanian?
Albanian, yes.
Have you claimed asylum?
Yes.
Right, you've claimed asylum. And this chap, yeah, he's claimed asylum. application outstanding at the moment. Technically it was out of time, but there's a bit of grace period, and it's accepted that it was within time, even though he was out of time. Final one. So technically...
So we're still waiting for that.
This Albanian man came to Britain in 2001, aged 15.
Right. Where's your passport?
He was given permission to stay until he became an adult. He's since applied for asylum and is waiting for a decision. Upstairs, officers have found the passport they've been looking for.
Looks like you.
Basically, he's presented us with a Turkish passport. He's got a visit visa in it, visit student, but the visa clearly states no work or recourse to public funds. Second name, Akbas Alpha Kilo Bravo Alpha Sierra. He's got a student visa here.
This man came into the country as a student for a 1-month English course. It finished 3 weeks ago. His visa says he's not allowed to work here because he was studying on a short-term basis.
If he has been working, then he'll be deemed to be working in breach of his entry conditions, and he may well stand to be arrested.
We caught him working in the rear. Oh yeah, he was behind the counter. So this course in St Giles, down in Eastbourne, that you took a month over, that's what you were supposed to come in for. You were supposed to leave after that. Yeah, so why didn't you leave after it? Okay. I think you've been working here. He's trying to improve his English, that's what he's been doing, I know he has. That's what he's been doing.
This student won't admit he's been working, but officers spot the kebab shop has CCTV. Maybe the truth will be on there.
That's one, yeah. It was him, yeah.
Just see this gentleman here serving a customer. He's saying he's not working here. Obviously, the evidence there is that he is.
Red T-shirt, gentleman working with red T-shirt. That's you, serving a customer.
So, and if we play this tape back over a longer period, it's going to be on there, isn't it? A lot more. So you might as well come to it clean and just tell us, because we're going to play it back. We've got documentary evidence there that he's actually working. So he's working in breach of his conditions of his stay. I am now going to arrest him for working in breach, okay? It's a dead giveaway. I mean, it's a double-edged weapon. It protects them, gives them a bit of security, but then it works against them and shows them working. Yeah.
With the video evidence showing he works there, the student from Turkey is arrested and transferred to an immigration removal centre before being deported.
Step down, straight to the front. Alright, sorted.
Coming up, the man behind the mask.
Try to relax. You're going tense.
But will he make it into Britain? At Terminal 3, an Australian man has been stopped at passport control. Chief Dyson hands the case over to immigration officer Brendan Bruce.
Australian male, 4 months holiday, single ticket, $3,500 Australian dollars, which is what, 1,500 quid?
1,500, 2,000, yeah.
Going to stay with some friends in the UK. He also applied for the Youth Mobility Scheme. He was the working holidaymaker kind of thing, and was refused. He's basically been to the consulate, said, I want to live and work in the UK for at least a limited period. We've said no, doesn't have a job to go back to, doesn't have that much money.
Has his bags been done?
Don't believe they have.
Okay, we'll start with that. We'll go straight down and do that now.
The passenger has been stopped because the immigration team believes he doesn't have enough money for a 4-month holiday. That, and just 3 weeks ago, he was refused a UK work permit.
I'm going to take you downstairs now for a baggage inspection. We can go straight down.
He'll have to convince Officer Bruce that he's not here to work. A bag search may help the officer find any evidence of the man's intentions for his trip to Britain.
Did you pack in a hurry?
Yes.
The passenger seems nervous.
Try to relax. Try to relax. You're going tense.
Officer Bruce finds a mask, which may or may not be work-related.
You're looking nervous.
This man is carrying some strange clothes. But are they a concern for immigration? This document might be.
I found a letter of sorts, or a contract. It says a contract between master and slave. This contract is between the master and the slave. This contract is made with the full legal consent of both parties. The slave must learn to desire what the master wants. Signed by the passenger as the slave, dated the 5th of June 2008. That is not an employment contract as I would see it. So it's just, I think, a bit of interesting reading.
Officer Bruce is content the passenger's contract is not a sign of employment. But he still has concerns about the passenger's funds.
Okay, I'm going to go and interview the gentleman now. Mr. Goff?
The immigration interview gives Officer Bruce a chance to find out about the passenger's trip
At the end of the
and
interview, you
the
get to
items
read.
in his bag.
Okay, the equipment you have in your bag, if you're coming here for a short holiday, why do you have all of that with you? Your clothing, your fetish clothing.
Why?
Fetish clothing.
I intend to hopefully use it whilst I'm here.
Okay, you have a contract with your master. Where is your master currently?
I have no idea.
Will you receive any form of cash payment for using your equipment?
Absolutely not.
Okay, what do you have to return to in Australia?
Okay, I have a couple of pets. Obviously all my friends and family are in Australia. My life is in Australia.
I don't believe he can afford to be here. He's got £1,500 to last, including paying for at least partial rent, food, whatever transport he intends to do, whatever things he intends to do while he's here. He just doesn't have the funds.
Officer Bruce will now consult his Chief Immigration Officer, Sarah Dyson.
Let's think about what he really needs to survive in the UK, in London. You know, even living on beans and jacket potatoes for 4 months, it doesn't really hang together. And we know that he wanted to work here because we've got the evidence. You know, he applied for that visa and got only refused 3 weeks ago, didn't he?
So I'm recommending refuse leave to enter and return him to his country. I just want to come outside. I just need to explain something to you.
Sure.
Okay. The situation is this. Due to your current circumstances, I'm not satisfied. You are going to be refused entry to the UK today. So would you prefer to go tonight or take a flight tomorrow?
Might as well be tonight.
His lack of funds makes the immigration team suspicious he's here to work. He's refused entry and sent back to Australia on the next available flight. Men and women work for the UK border. At home and abroad, their job is to seek out lawbreakers and imposters who don't have a right to be here. They are in Lagos, a farmer
But it's an emergency travel document, surely. But they're issued within 24 hours.
That's why I'm surprised.
In Calais, it's Good Morning Vietnam.
One available. Hey, be careful as well. One of them's smoking in here.
And a factory in Southampton produces an assembly of illegal workers.
You're under arrest for being in this country illegally and working illegally, all right?
Immigration officer Peter Campbell is briefing a joint team of police and immigration staff. Their target is a plastics factory in Southampton where they believe foreign nationals are being employed as illegal workers.
So, very simple, when we get in the premises, we've got 6 interviewing officers. They will be conducting the interviews. Everybody else is there in a cover role. So if the interview officers could just remain here and the rest of you go and find your vehicles.
30 officers are on this operation, sourced from different enforcement teams across southern England.
It's on the back there.
It's a big factory. The immigration team don't want to take any risks.
The premises has never been visited, but it's been on the cards for the last about year and a half. As the intel's very good for it, but it's logistics-wise, it's a big job, so it's getting the staff for it really.
I think there's going to be quite a lot of people to deal with. So we've got about 6 officers who are going to be interviewing. Then everybody else is going to be in a cover role today, so that'll be my role, just to be where I'm needed really.
Right there. Stop here, stop.
The first stage of the mission is to seal off the escape routes. Teams split up. One group surrounds the perimeter.
That's clear.
As another moves inside the factory.
Guys from immigration, can you come over?
Everyone is a suspect, so all the workers are quickly rounded up. With the entire workforce together, the team sets up a safe zone where the interviews will take place.
At the moment we're just trying to contain the area, get everybody who's on the premises into a sterile area. So at the moment we're just trying to cover everybody until we get ourselves set up to interview everybody.
We didn't lose anybody, nobody escaped or anything, so yeah, it's good. It went quite smoothly. We've just got to do the rest of it now.
Okay, what's your name?
S6 at the moment, S6.
Do you want to write it for me there? So that's Satnam Singh, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're Indian?
Yes.
And how long have you been in the UK?
Huh?
How long have you been in the UK?
96.
You came in 96? Yeah. And what's your entitlement to be here?
Sorry?
What's your entitlement to be here?
96, yeah.
Yeah, I know you came in 96. How did you come in 96?
96 in the land, I mean.
You flew in 96, did you?
Yeah.
Have you got a visa?
Yeah.
Work permit?
Yeah.
When did you get that?
My home. My car.
Where's your passport now?
This is my phone. My house.
At your house?
Yeah.
Right, so how long was your visa for?
Me? 96, yeah.
Yeah, but are you here legally now?
I'm legal.
No, are you?
I'm 96. Yeah, work here. 96, yeah.
Officer Jones isn't getting any clear answers, and neither is Officer Jody Denton.
What language do you speak?
The man claims to be Greek, but says he can speak a little Punjabi.
He's got a Greek passport, but he's in Greece.
Yeah, Heathrow. It's Heathrow.
Right, so you're telling me that you've got a Greek passport. Why did you send it back to Greece?
Okay, he sent it back for renewal. It's going to be stamped again to be renewed.
So how how am I going to believe that you're a Greek national when you can prove that you can't show me that you're a Greek national?
He said he can get the passport back. He can get a photocopy of the passport back within 10-15 days.
Well, no, I need it now. Basically, what he's stated to me is that he's a Greek national, but which means he's a European national, and he doesn't need a visa. He can basically live freely and work freely in the United Kingdom. The problem we have is he has no identification to prove that to me.
Yeah.
Right, what do you want me to do with him then? We haven't arrested him.
Don't fill out for a former yet. Only ever fill out if you're going to arrest him.
Oh, right, okay.
Where's your documents?
He doesn't
know. Yeah, you speak English. Yes, you do. Stop lying to me. Where are your documents? Pick them on suspicion.
Right, okay. Right, okay.
Officer Campbell has ordered the first arrest, and with 45 people still to be interviewed, there could be many more. Coming up, the pig farmer trying to save his bacon in Nigeria.
Have you been arrested and fingerprinted by the police in the UK?
Over what?
I'm asking you.
And Officer Pownall questions a pregnant lady at Lagos Airport.
When you went for your American visa, did you tell the visa officer that you were pregnant?
Slums in Lagos, Nigeria, plagued by violence, power cuts and poverty. The product of a city in the middle of the largest population boom of the 21st century. Lagos is one of the largest cities in Africa. Ties to the UK are close, and for many in search of a better life, Britain is their #1 destination. Here at the British Deputy High Commission, 110,000 visa applications are assessed each year, and the decisions on who to let into the UK made by 34 UK border agency officers.
I've had a very quick look at this case, and the first thing I noticed is that the marriage certificate is not genuine. On the basis of that, this application is going to be refused.
This is the man who's just been declined for submitting false documents.
They say I should appeal for the refusal. I know that if I appeal, I'll get the visa to the UK.
The Home Office will impose a 10-year ban if he applies for another visa. But with almost 10,000 fraudulent documents detected in 2008 alone, police do not have the resources to arrest him. Not all cases are so straightforward. Some applicants are asked to go to the Deputy High Commission to be interviewed by an entry clearance officer. This man has been called in because he was arrested in the UK in spring 2009, yet the stamp in his Nigerian passport says he had already returned to Nigeria. He'll be interviewed by Officer Phil Morgan.
The next case we have is a family visitor. He has come to the attention of the police in the UK in March of this year, 2009. And when we look through the entry stamps back into Nigeria, the last entry into Nigeria that he has is on the 12th of November 2008. Now my guess is he's maybe paid somebody to wind back the stamp to show him entering Nigeria before the expiry conditions of his last UK visa, which expired on the 7th of December 2008.
If the man wants a visa, he'll have to explain how he got his passport stamped when he was clearly still in the UK.
Morning. Right. I need to ask you some questions about your current application, okay?
Okay.
What do you do for a living?
At the moment, I'm a farmer.
You're a farmer?
Yes, please.
A farmer in what?
In poultry, fishery, and piggery.
And are you married?
Yeah, happily married.
And how many children do you have?
2 able boys.
2 sons?
Yes, please.
Okay.
My gene is for boys, so I don't want to go further.
I noticed from your passport that you last entered the UK on the 28th of October.
October, yeah.
And how long did you stay?
I stayed almost 5 months.
5 months?
Yeah, almost.
So when did you return to Nigeria?
March 21.
Sorry?
March 21.
But your visa expired on the your visa expired on the 7th of December 2008.
Yeah.
So you breached your conditions.
No, something terrible happened.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, the last time I traveled, October 27, I traveled with a cousin of mine. His name is Akinremi Adetola.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were to come back on the 12th of November, but I changed my mind to stay 5 more days.
Yeah, so what was the terrible thing that happened then?
Yeah, while he was coming back, he came back with my jacket. And my passport and ticket was in my jacket.
Yes.
When he tendered the passport for stamping at the immigration office here, and you know what applies here is, you'll be on the queue, 2 people will be sitting down. You give your passport to the first person, he sends it to the next person to stamp. Then the next person that stamp will call you when they want to hand over it to you. So by the point of handing over, they discover it's not the owner of the passport, and my passport was withheld.
Does your cousin look anything like you then?
Not really, not really.
Not really?
Yeah.
So the Nigerian immigration officer didn't look at the biodata page and compare the photographs with your cousin?
At the point of delivery, that was when they compared. But they've already done the stamping.
That's very good, thank you. I need to refer to my entry clearance manager, okay?
Okay.
If you wait outside, please.
Yeah, I just want to add that why I had to stay long was because of that issue, and it took me 3 months to get emergency travel certificate. That was, in fact, that was so devastating. To apply for emergency travel certificate in Nigerian embassy took 3 months, while I have a lot of things to do here. I have social engagement to attend, I have my business meeting to attend, I have so many things to attend.
But it's an emergency travel document, surely. But they're issued within 24 hours.
That's why I'm surprised. You need to see the crowd. I need to go through the website to download. After downloading, you need to be giving interview date 3 months. It's so disgusting. That's my area of problem with them.
Well, as I said, I need to refer the case to the entry clearance manager. So
That's
if you'd
fine.
like to wait outside, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, he's attempted to explain why the re-entry stamp shows the 21st of November. He says that his cousin took his passport back to Nigeria with him and got the Nigerian Immigration Service to stamp that. I don't find that very credible myself.
I've been honest enough to them. I don't think I should lie over any questions. I've told them the absolute truth what happened, and I don't live in UK. I only go and visit. I don't see any reason why they should not allow me to go anymore.
2,500 miles away, and Officer Dave Jones is still attempting to get answers from his interviewee.
Right, to start work here, the person that gave you the job, you would have to show him something so that, to say that you was legally here in the United Kingdom and you was entitled to work. So what did you show him?
Oh, you my card.
You've got a national insurance card?
Yeah.
Where's that? Okay, show me. Yeah. Where did you get this from?
Yeah, my solicitor.
Your solicitor?
Yeah.
Your solicitor gave you this?
Can you speak language?
Why are you entitled to be here and work? Who gave you permission to be here and work?
Yeah, what long time job here, I tax pay everything.
Officer Jones will now check his immigration status on the Home Office database.
Okay. So he came when, sorry Trace? December. Is he Faz? Yeah. Lovely, cheers. Now listen, you're in the United Kingdom illegally, and you're not entitled to work.
Oh, right, okay, mate. Sorry.
Okay? You know that though, don't you? Huh? You know that, don't you? You know you're not entitled to work, and you know you're here illegally, don't you?
Okay. Not illegally, okay.
This chap actually arrived in the United Kingdom in December '98, and he was arrested and served as an illegal entrant at document abuse. He then absconded, and he's been an absconder ever since. He did claim asylum. It's failed, but he's been an absconder since '98, so he'll be going down the station and he'll be processed from there. I've already cautioned you, but you're under arrest for being in this country illegally and working illegally, all right? I'll let you know what's going to happen to you in a minute.
Yeah. Such illegal entry.
It's been a busy morning for the team. 46 people have been interviewed and many arrests have been made.
We've made 12 arrests, of which two were, one was a failed asylum seeker, one was an overstayer, and the other 10 were arrested on suspicion of illegal entry.
Although the manager doesn't want to appear on camera, he is keen to prove he hired the men in good faith and carried out all the necessary checks.
This is the employer's file where he's keeping all the details of his workforce. And it looks like one of my colleagues has actually seized it, so we'll be taking this back to the office to run the checks for the people that we've arrested.
An employer must check and keep copies of a worker's documents before hiring them. This helps to show they've done everything possible to follow the rules if later found to be employing an illegal worker. If, however, they are knowingly employing illegal workers or can't show that they took these necessary steps, they could be fined up to £10,000 per employee.
What we're doing now is the people we've arrested have all gone down to the police stations. The remaining officers here, we're all going to go and do the house searches now for the addresses of the people we have arrested. So I've got a small team here, and we're going to go down and do 2 addresses, and hopefully we can find some documents within.
Okay, all right, watch your head when you go in, mate. All right. Okay.
In order to remove the suspects from the country, the team need to verify their identities. The best way to do this is to search their homes and find their passports or any other form of identification.
200. What did we say, 202? They didn't have keys for us, so it's a case of just knocking and see if anybody answers today.
Oh, hello. Can we come in? You happy for us to come in? Yeah? Okay. Happy to come in?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So who lives here? Was it you and this gentleman here?
Inside the house, the team encountered 2 men who were both foreign nationals and immediately admit to being in the UK illegally.
He came to look for work 2 years ago.
And how did he enter the UK?
Lorry.
Yeah, via lorry.
I asked him when did he arrive here?
Okay, Turlock, you are now under arrest. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
The team have found more than they bargained for. Both men are arrested for entering the UK on the back of a lorry. Now their rooms can be searched too.
Okay, sit on the floor. Sit on the floor. Okay. Where do you have any paperwork?
Okay, no
problem. Myself and my colleague are going to look around. Okay, we'll ask you questions. If you show us the paperwork, we don't need to look.
The man claims to have no paperwork, so the team will have to search the entire room.
Sometimes these things happen. We go to a home address, and obviously we've got the power to come here because we've arrested the person. They've provided this as their home address, their place of residence. So when we come back here, we've encountered another 2 working here. We've had a quick chat to them and found they're actually in the country illegally. So they've been arrested on suspicion. So we're now having a search through their room.
Is this your bag?
I picture that bag.
Was this your bag?
Yes.
Next door, the officers have forced entry to one of the bedrooms.
So we've gained entry to this room. This is the room for the guy who was arrested down at the factory. I found all his pay slips, so we know we're in the right room. So hopefully we'll find a passport for him. Have you done all these, Paul?
I haven't gone through the details.
Oh, right, okay.
In the third bedroom, Officer Viv has found an asylum registration card, which appears to give the owner the right to work in the UK.
I mean, this particular one, it's got employment permitted, and from my phone call that my colleague made to the Home Office earlier on, there was no trace of this gentleman on Home Office records. So this card would appear to not been issued by the Home Office.
Viv's just found a counterfeit art card. Usually the art cards have got employment prohibited on them. You'll see on this one it's got employment permitted. So that always makes you have a second look anyway if it's got permitted on it, because very few of them do. But that is a particularly bad one.
And that's not all.
His
Officer
sunglasses
Viv's
do that.
also found a fake passport.
Well, the gentleman first of all said he's an Indian national. It seems that it's falling apart, and as you can see, there appears to be something else underneath. It seems as though one page has been stuck on to another.
Next door,
Hello,
the
Jim,
deception
sorry.
continues. Another national insurance card.
Is it false or?
I would say it's very moody, yeah. He's saying it's moody, he's saying it was supplied by a previous occupant.
Oh, excellent. Well, in that
as
case,
a false one.
See that and sees the paperwork.
Fake passports and forged documents are flooding the UK from factories in Eastern Europe.
Mr. Jim, do you want all of the paste?
The officers have found plenty of fakes, but not the genuine passport they were looking for. Although the trail took an unexpected twist, the team have gathered enough evidence of deception to remove them.
I'm going to hold your arm for now, okay? Don't worry.
These two arrests take the total to 15. Two men are both currently in detention.
How long have you been in the UK?
This man is also in detention
came in
and is
96?
awaiting removal from
What's
the
your
UK
entitlement to be here?
back to England.
What's your...
This man claimed to be from Greece. He wasn't. He is also waiting to be removed back to India. Coming up, more tales from the Nigerian pig farmer.
What is your date of birth?
1904, 1960.
Why did
1964, sorry.
The port of Calais, northern France. For thousands of illegal immigrants travelling without documentation, this is known as the gateway to the UK. With over 20 million tonnes of freight being transported by ferry each day, the opportunities to hide in one of the thousands of trucks travelling to Britain are plentiful. The berths are where the lorries wait to board the ferry. It's the last chance for the teams to find stowaways before they reach the UK.
It's a huge piece of machinery by the looks of it.
Today, the team is searching a lorry of sports cars and have had a high reading on the CO2 monitors, the device used to detect human breath.
Take last pics here. Yeah, they are rich. All right, no problem. Yeah.
Rubber tyres also emit CO2, which could explain the high reading. Therefore, such loads as these are a popular choice for people seeking a lorry to hide.
Got people here. That Charlie Delta's clear. You've got what, Charlie Delta's? We've got some. About 15 here.
Guys, please take the plastic bags off your heads. Take the plastic bags off your heads. Take them off your heads. Health and safety. Good. Right, please. Are you all well though? You all good? Yeah? Excellent.
How many have we got?
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 Vietnamese nationals in plastic bags, mixed of male and female.
The CO2
Right, do you want
probes
them
are
out, yeah?
proved right, and 10 Vietnamese people have been found beneath the car.
Yeah, okay. Right, you just stand here for me. Just stand there. All right, you
They've
stand here
attempted
for
to
me.
avoid detection by putting plastic bags over their heads.
We don't know how long they've been in there. and they all was covered in black bags, covering their heads, as you could see from the footage you got. And we just wanted them to get them some air. Out here, they're nice people, they're good, they're no trouble to us. They're going to be fine here. We'll just keep them here till we get the escort team down.
They all put bags over their heads to stop the CO2 coming out. But the moment they take them off, all that CO2 is released into the trailer. Say 10 people do that at the same time, that's a lot of CO2 that all comes together. And you'll get this massive reading on your CO2 unit.
You need to stay, you need to write.
Some areas of Vietnam are considered to have an unsatisfactory human rights record by the Home Office. Vietnamese nationals are being detected in increasing numbers in Calais. Many have paid agents up to £20,000 hoping to achieve illegal entry to Great Britain.
Ah, but you understand a little English? No. I need everybody's name.
This time they
name,
haven't
like, my
made it
name's
across the
Bridget.
Channel, although they were just 5 minutes away
Your
from
name,
boarding the
write your
ferry.
name on there.
The group were later released by the French authorities and were free to try again. The lorry company was fined £4,000. The Deputy High Commission is the headquarters for the UK Border Agency in Lagos, Nigeria.
Suggested it was his cousin who
Inside,
brought the
Officer Phil
passport
Morgan
back
is speaking to
took
his
his
manager,
passport
Dan
back to
Barker,
Nigeria
about the visa application of this man. He claims he overstayed his last UK visa because his cousin accidentally took his passport back to Nigeria.
I put it to him there was no reason why his passport should have been stamped. It should have been his cousin's passport that was stamped.
Correct.
So I believe there's an attempt at deception here to show that he returned before his visa conditions expired. Now, if we were to believe that his passport was brought back to Nigeria by mistake, his reason for staying the extra 3 to 4 months was that he applied for an emergency travel document from the Nigerian High Commission in London, and it took 3 months. Now, I believe those documents are issued within 24 or 48 hours.
Okay.
So I just don't find that credible either.
And has he got a copy of that emergency travel document with him?
I didn't actually ask that, so I can ask him a few more questions if you wish.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Both Phil and Dan have their doubts, so this time Phil will confront the man about his police record.
Do you still have your emergency travel document?
No, they collect it at the immigration office, and I had to stay five hours because I need to collect my passport back, and that was the only evidence to show I'm the owner of the passport.
What did you do for the 3 months while you were waiting for this emergency travel document to be issued?
You can see I've grown belly now. I was feeding.
What, you ate for 24 hours a day?
Sleeping, going around, they're monitoring my business here.
Okay. Have you been arrested and fingerprinted by the police in the UK?
Myself? Over what?
I'm asking you.
Not that I can remember. Yeah, except for driving with my international license, yeah.
So you have been?
Yes.
When was this?
I can't remember, it's been a long time. I can't remember, it should be four years.
When you were arrested by the police, what name did you give them?
My name, Adebayo.
Well, I have evidence that you gave a different name.
Can I know the name they told me, they said I gave?
Yes?
Yes, please. Yeah.
It's Adiwele.
Adebayo.
No, Adiwele.
They misquoted then.
No. I have the police record, and that's the name you gave them. And also, what is your date of birth?
1904, 1960.
1960?
Yes, please.
Why did
1964, sorry.
Well, again, I have evidence that you gave the police in the UK your date of birth as the 25th of September 1975.
No, that's not me. That's not me.
Well, they're your fingerprints that the police took, and that's the name you gave them.
No, I'm sure I gave them my name, Adebayo, my correct date of birth. It has never changed.
Okay. And why did the police arrest you?
What happened was I used the extra small tire.
Oh, the emergency tire, yeah?
The emergency tire and I was arrested because of that.
That's fine, thank you very much. If you'd just like to wait outside again, please.
Thank you.
It's the end of the interview, and the man has failed to explain his deception.
So, had to obviously to refuse for use of deception from obviously obtaining a stamp by deception, which appears genuine.
I believe it is genuine.
And we'll obviously refuse him and refer him to the police.
Indeed. Right, I've referred your application to the entry clearance manager, and your visa application has been refused. The reason it's been refused is that at the time you were arrested by the police, you gave a different name and date of birth from that in your passport. Also, you overstayed in the United Kingdom by more than 28 days.
Yeah, but that was intentional. I explained
No,
that.
but you should have attempted to regularise your position, your status in the UK,
No,
having
no.
realised that your visa had expired and that you were in the UK illegally. Anyway, that's a copy for you with your appeal papers, okay?
Can I have my other
The gentleman
documents?
over there will give you back the documents and your passport, okay? Thank you.
The gentleman holding his passport is Inspector Lawal of the Lagos Fraud Unit. He was taken away for further questioning, but released without charge the same afternoon. The farmer has failed to get his UK visa, but each year around 60,000 genuine visitors make it to the UK from Lagos. The post of UK Border Agency officer in Lagos can be a dangerous one. Expatriates and Western-based companies have been the targets of kidnapping. Sarah Pownell is an immigration liaison manager. Unlike her colleagues in Lagos, Sarah travels to work in a bulletproof armour-plated car.
It can be a bit sort of living in a bit of a pressure cooker at times when you just want some independence and freedom, but most of the time everybody gets on and you accept all the security measures that are in place to look after you. Unfortunately, about 18 months ago, one of our drivers was shot and killed on duty on his way onto the mainland, and so we do take security very strongly at the High Commission.
Sarah is based at the Deputy High Commission but spends most of her week travelling to and from Murtala Mohammed Airport.
Morning. Hey Joe, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
No wahala.
No wahala today.
No wahala.
Okay.
Sarah doesn't have any legal
Flight is it
powers
today?
at the airport. It's her job to advise airline staff on how to stop people trying to enter the UK illegally.
We provide the training to the airlines so that they can do the job on their own. We don't have to stand here and do the job for them. We're here just as an advisor to the airlines to explain maybe some of these technical difficulties, inform them of any current trends with the different types of forgeries, different types of counterfeit documents. But anyone who does arrive in the UK who doesn't have the correct visa, who doesn't have the correct paperwork in whatever shape or form, the airline will be fined £2,000, which is a hefty load for the airline to face. So it's in their interests, obviously, to work with us and ensuring that everybody's got the right documentation.
Over 5 million people travel through Murtala Mohammed Airport every year.
Let's see who we've got then.
At
Okay.
the boarding gate, the passengers are given a final check. This is the last chance to spot imposters before they reach the UK.
All these bits and pieces. Just show your boarding pass at the guys here. We're not taking Arsenal supporters today, I'm afraid. This is a Liverpool zone, okay? So no Arsenal supporter. No Arsenal
Sarah has been
supporters.
asked by the airline staff to look at a woman's visa. The woman does not want to be identified.
Morning, madam. How are you? What's your final destination today?
No, today.
Today?
Today in London.
Okay.
But I'm going to US tomorrow.
You're going to the US tomorrow, okay? Have you been to the US before?
Yes, a long time.
Okay, approximately when? 1975, okay. When you went for your American visa, did you tell the visa officer that you were pregnant? You didn't? No, okay. Is there any reason why you didn't tell the visa officer that you were pregnant? It didn't come up. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just
The
going to ask
woman
you
is
to
only
take a seat
7
over
weeks
there.
away from
What I'll
giving
do is I'll
birth,
just ring the
yet
American
has
embassy.
decided to visit
tell
her
them
sister
that,
in America, claiming
you're
she will
travelling
return
today.
3
You've got
weeks
this
before
letter.
her due
It
date.
says that you're fit to travel. Babies born in the UK don't automatically qualify for a British passport, but babies born in the US do automatically qualify for an American passport. So it's quite common for pregnant ladies to travel overseas so that they can have the baby in whichever country to automatically get that passport.
Sarah is suspicious of the woman's motive for travelling to the US via the UK, but she could also be in breach of airline regulations for travelling whilst pregnant.
When is she due?
5th of June.
When is her return?
16th of May. So she's got 3 weeks between her return date and her due date, which makes her 37 weeks pregnant, which is over every airline's limit. The whole policy on how advanced you can be for travel is different on each airline.
I was going to say that.
I was going to say I can't remember what yours is for your airline. I think it's about 33 or 34.
Yeah, 32.
32. Well, her letter says 33, so she's already over that.
Yeah, because
so when she's coming back again on your airline, she will be 37
she'll
weeks.
be able to come back.
Exactly.
The woman is in breach of the airline's policy, but as she has a valid US visa, Sarah must now contact the US Embassy.
Hi, it's Sarah. I'm at the airport at the moment. I just wondered if you could give a call to the American Embassy so that they can check an American visa for me. She's at the airport today and she's in an advanced state of pregnancy. So if you can just give them a call and find out if they're happy with that, and if so, then we can let her travel.
Sarah now has to wait for a reply from the US Embassy. The flight leaves in 10 minutes. The decision to question the woman in the first place came from the airline, but Sarah's presence has become the focus of the woman's frustration.
Because my own point, I don't understand why you are doing
Explain your point.
It's the immigration people that will either tell you it's okay or not.
They will
so
tell
why
you.
Are you the one stopping me at this point?
Because your flight here is going directly to the UK. You didn't choose Delta to go directly to the States. And this is why I'm on duty here, to see the people who are travelling through the UK.
It's minutes before the flight leaves, but whether or not the pregnant woman will be on board is up to the US Embassy.
Right, okay, all right, I'll do that then. Okay, thanks very much. All right, thank you, bye-bye.
She's not good.
Okay, that was the American Embassy and they want to speak to her today.
The flight will be leaving without the pregnant woman. Now Sarah was told.
So what I've done is I've contacted the visa man and explained your situation. What he'd like to do is can you go back to the embassy here in Lagos, show him all this paperwork, and he'll want to speak to you. I'm sorry, I know it's frustrating, but if you can go back to him, because Madam,
please,
Madam,
please, I'm begging.
No, please don't beg me. Please don't beg me. No, Madam, please don't beg me.
I know a lot of people that are pregnant that do go and all that.
The pregnant woman did not make it to the USA. When she failed to turn up at the American Embassy, her visa was cancelled. Coming up, a massive find at Calais.
We've got at least another 6, so we're going to be upwards of 20.
Back in Calais, Bridget and the response team have received a call from a crew on the other side of the port requiring urgent assistance.
Yankee 1, this is Charlie 3. Just to let you know that we're en route to lane 173 to join you.
Richard and Bridget work alongside the newly formed Calais response team.
What we're going to is lane 173 down at the berth area, where one of our teams has radioed up to say that they have a lorry down here that is full of illegals, so we're going to be responding to it.
Paddy, good. Yeah. There's at least 25, they think, in tyres.
Oh, not.
But big tyres. Big tyres. Excellent.
They've no idea how many people are inside, and judging by the size of the load, it's not going to be an easy search.
There's 2 officers inside, so if we go up this side,
help with the searching of the tyres, and the front has still got to be searched as well. Right, there's a seal on that one.
There was a seal on the back, the driver code was on there. IO mark was inspected the seal, it wasn't sealed properly. Entered the vehicle at the rear, unable to visually check the vehicle, but there was a smell, there was a possible entrance of illegals. Took the side curtain off, looked in these 2 sets of tyres, found a group of 10 in the first group, second set of tyres another 9 or 10 people.
8 in there.
Yep.
5 in there.
Gary found 5 in the other set of tyres.
We've got to check the rest yet. Working as more. And there was, what, 2 or 3 down the side there as well.
The lorry is carrying large tyres for agricultural vehicles. It's a dangerous load to hide in, and the first priority is to get the people out safely.
Okay, we can start getting them out one at a time, man. I'll get the bottom ones out first.
Keep away, good man. Yeah, you can pull it back more now. Just because we're going to pull the curtain back, is that okay? We don't want you to fall out.
Hey, be careful as well, one of them's smoking in here.
Because there were so many in the middle, some of them have actually laid in these tyres along here. There's quite a lot of space in there, so we'll have to check when everyone's out, just check all the tyres, just make sure there's still no one laying in there.
1 minute, we just got to wait for someone to come and get you.
Go this way for me. That way.
You got your stuff? Excellent.
Oh, watch it to the side. Get back in.
Are they all Vietnamese?
All Vietnamese.
Yeah. You need to find method of entry.
Yeah, back door.
Oh, there was no security at all?
The seal was in.
Oh, but it wasn't.
there, but the seal wasn't locked.
Right. Okay.
The stowaways are all Vietnamese. They are the 3rd most encountered nationality at Calais, behind Eritreans and Afghans.
Just watch over the traffic, yeah?
No, 1 minute. Good man, 1 minute. Where's your shoes? Oh, down there? I don't know why they took the shoes off, but they did. They were all in here, 10 of them. They might have been on top of each other's head. So that may be why they took the shoes off. It's only a guess.
Sorry? Him there, yeah. Is that the last one of the 8, isn't it? So that's 16, yeah? So far. We've got at least another 6, so we're going to be upwards of 20.
They're all carrying the plastic bags, and this is what they put over their heads.
The Vietnamese are so desperate to come to Britain that they cover their heads with plastic bags to evade the detection of the CO2 molecules.
I'll make it 24. 24, including him. 5 females.
Age, how old are you? Your age?
None of them are carrying documents. These men and women are anonymous and completely untraceable. All the crew can do is ask them for their name, date of birth, and where they boarded the lorry.
21. And you're Vietnamese? They all stay together. The gentlemen always look after the ladies, so again they'll be very protective of them. And we had one English speaker, which was great, so we've got all the details that we needed. Great find though, CRF, great find.
In total, 24 Vietnamese people were found hiding in the lorry and handed over to the French authorities. The driver was eventually fined £2,400. 25,000 men and women work for the UK border. At home and abroad, their job is to seek out the lawbreakers and imposters who don't have a right to be. They are the UK Border Force. Tonight, inside an immigration removal centre, a chartered flight for illegal immigrants.
It's immigration service.
A surprise raid on a Chinese takeaway.
You're under arrest. All right, watch your head.
And the man who thinks this immigration officer should be doing something better.
All I want to say, I don't want to waste your time.
Listen, I'm getting paid to do this, so you're not wasting my time. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Calais. In 2008, UK border agency teams found 20,000 people hiding in trucks headed for Britain. That's around 55 every day.
Yeah, go look in the back, please.
It's estimated there are 1,500 immigrants living rough in Calais, many of whom are children. They make frequent attempts to creep aboard the freight trucks. Most live in the jungle, a forested area a few miles from the port. Others camp right outside the perimeter fence, waiting for the right moment to sneak onto a lorry. Today, Officer Maggie Woodard rushes to the berths, the place where lorries wait just before boarding the ferry.
We've just had a phone call from our colleagues down at the berths, so we're going to go down there, assist with the possibility of clandestines being found inside. Well, it's two.
The clandestines have been found using CO2 probes that detect human breath.
Has that got the...
My colleagues who were working down here probed this lorry and they got a high reading. They opened it up and they found these two illegals on the side of the lorry. We're just trying to get them out now.
One chance. One chance. Tomorrow, no chance.
We've spoken to the driver. He said his last stop was at Belgium, but we think he also mentioned a 15-minute stop just along the road for diesel, so it's more than likely they are from the jungle originally.
Officer Foley discovers they used a familiar method to break into the truck.
Right, we've opened the trailer up, and it looks like we've got a tilt cord here that the driver could have used. In addition with the seal, would have sorted this whole problem out for him, wouldn't have been in there.
The driver failed to tie down and lock the canvas sides of his freight.
It looks like when the driver was stopped, someone's opened up the side for them, they've scooted in, and then someone's done all the hooks back up again. Once they've got in, the driver's none the wiser. I would say 95% of the time, there's got to be someone that's sealed the vehicle back up after them.
How old?
Where do you want to go?
England.
Why England?
England. Good. Good England.
These clandestines aren't alone in thinking England holds the answer to their dreams. For them, it's the place to find work and start a new life. They'll keep on trying to defy the locking systems. On this occasion, the driver and his company were fined £1,300 for failing to secure the freight.
England good.
Two gentlemen, maybe again tomorrow. They keep saying one chance for today. They'll know, they'll just keep trying. They'll willingly admit to us that they're going to keep trying until we get to England.
The areas where lorries are searched are called the lanes. Here, Officer Barrett has a high reading on his CO2 probe and has opened up the lorry.
We could smell, as soon as we came in, the smell of clandestine.
There's another clue clandestines are aboard, the distinct aroma of people who've been living rough.
It's like the bonfire sort of smell. Quite distinctive once you've sampled it a few times.
Mark, what have we got?
There's all different, one's claimed to be Syrian, Afghan and Iranian.
This mixed international cargo is unusual, as most clandestines travel in groups of fellow countrymen.
Makes the job more rewarding, because that's what we're here to do, to prevent clandestines entering the UK.
Just one at a time, Judith?
Yeah.
And this is what the job's about.
Just as it's becoming another routine operation, one of the men becomes hostile.
Stay, you guys. Hey, Snuff. Stay. No, you stay. Okay, camera goes. You stay here. Okay, you stay here. Sit down. Wait.
12?
Might be best to stop filming for like this. They're just starting to get a bit agitated, so it might be best to take the camera away just for a second.
The cameras back off to let the men calm down.
For whatever reason, he decided that he didn't want to be on camera, I think, and
Next one. The easiest way to get rid of the camera is to kick off and get everybody to react. And there's always one, there's generally a ringleader who will take charge, who's been here before and knows how it works. So they follow him. Yeah, after you. No one chance. Not today. Tomorrow. One chance tomorrow. He's very smiley.
Most clandestines are resigned to being caught and openly tell the officers how they got in.
That last one that just came out said that they entered through the side of the vehicle and there's no tilt cord on it.
So again? If the driver had properly secured his freight, it could have stopped the clandestines from boarding. He was fined £1,200.
Sometimes you do get some people, like clandestines, that they tend to get a bit irritable if they come through again and again and again and get found all the time. But it's only the few. I mean, most of them are, try again tomorrow.
Coming up, tears at Heathrow.
We've made the decision.
I'm not going to run away. I just want to have a shower.
At this moment, you are inadmissible to the UK.
Inside an immigration removal centre, the man who wants a tax return.
I'm going to get a move from England. I want all my taxes back.
And the London enforcement team spoiled dinner.
Right, guys, anyone speak English?
At the outskirts of Heathrow is Colbrook Immigration Removal Centre. It has the same security as a Category B prison. It holds 400 men in 2 sections. One section is long-term. Many in here are foreign nationals who have already served a prison sentence. Once their sentence is over, they are brought here to wait for their paperwork to be completed so they can be sent home. This can be complicated, and some have been here for years. Governments in some countries are reluctant to have people back with serious criminal records. There is also a short-term section. This holds illegal immigrants for up to a week. Many here have been caught by enforcement teams and are from countries that are easier to negotiate with for their return. Colbrook's UK Border Agency office is where the removal papers are processed. Officer Raza is about to meet an Algerian man who has just completed a prison sentence.
Are you Farid? You alright? Okay, he was convicted of a crime in the UK. He was sentenced to 16 months for robbery and attempted robbery. So he's now obviously under immigration, being detained under immigration powers. I'm just going to give you your deportation order. You will be required to leave and you're prohibited from entering the UK again as long as this order is in force. Okay? That's all for you? Okay? I've seen Farid before, so I mean, I know what he's like. He tends to cooperate fairly well with immigration because he wants to go back to Algeria as soon as possible anyway.
Hello lads, if you just take a seat on the far side, thank you.
Officer Chima is about to see an illegal immigrant from Kosovo. The man was sent here after being arrested in a late-night brawl. The police discovered he was here illegally and handed him to immigration.
All right, Mr. Lulad, my name is Mr. Chima. I work here for the Home Office. Do you understand why you're being detained here?
Well, somehow, yes.
Okay. Just to keep it brief, as you know, you were detained as someone who's to be removed from the UK. You have a flight back to Kosovo, Albania, on the 14th of May, which is next Thursday. Yeah. That's your flight itinerary there. That is your factual summary, giving you a history of your case and also who's in charge of your case. So if you let your solicitor know what's happened, you can do so.
I don't have a solicitor, no, nothing.
Okay. There is a list of duty solicitors available here for you. You can speak to the officers.
I just want to go back.
Okay, that's fine.
The street fighter won't have long to wait. He'll be sent home next week on a specially chartered flight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Officer Chima will speak to another Kosovan he wants to put on the same flight.
Mr. Jusufi had been here since 1998, so he's been here a long time. And we're going to serve removal directions on him. He came here claiming asylum also. His asylum claim was dismissed. In that time he's been working.
He arrived in 1998 and claimed asylum.
Mr. Jusufi, you take a seat on the far side, thank you.
Thank you very much.
6 years later, his
Take a seat over there, thank
application
you.
was refused.
Yes, please.
He absconded but was arrested in an enforcement raid at a
Right,
pizza
Mr. Jusuf, my
restaurant
name is the
in
Chima.
April
I work here for the Home
2009.
Office. Do you understand why you're being detained?
Yes, I do.
Okay, just to make it brief, you have a removal set back to Kosovo for the 14th of May, which is next Thursday.
Yeah.
That's your flight itinerary for you there.
Yeah.
This is also for you, just a case history of your time you arrived to the time of your detention.
Quite a long time.
Yeah.
He's settled in Britain and feels the country owes him a debt.
Because I've been working here with my papers for almost more than 10 years. Yeah?
Right.
And I've been paying tax fine for this country.
Right.
I want all my taxes back here.
Right.
Because I'm going to be able to move from England. I want all my taxes back.
Mhm.
Because I was working in my name. I didn't work in the other names. All the time in my name. And I've got a house in England as well. I got a flat here.
Right. Well, I'll suggest...
That's why. And I got my fiance here. I didn't get anything from government, any income. So
I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Jusufi. However, it isn't going to change that you will be removed at this point. So all I can say is you should speak to your legal representative and he'll be able to advise you on that. When the guy was talking about tax, we've had a few of those questions before. It's something that we don't get involved in. We'll tell them to take legal advice on it. But technically speaking, they've been here illegally, so they can't get their tax backdated in any way.
The two Kosovan prisoners will join 24 other Kosovans and Albanians on the flight chartered by UK Border Agency.
This is a regular thing that the UK Border Agency do. These charter flights have been planned and they happen on a fortnightly or on a monthly basis to remove, specifically remove Kosovan and Albanian nationals back to that part of Europe.
It's one of 70 flights a year used for removing illegal immigrants. In 2008, over 1,500 were sent home this way. Many of those in Colbrook were picked up by enforcement teams like this one. Officer Shane Healy is planning a raid on a Chinese takeaway.
We're going to the... Intelligence suggests that possible immigration offenders are working from this address, and previous visits to this kind of establishment have led to the arrests of failed asylum seekers and immigration offenders. So we'll go straight away.
In 2008, enforcement teams carried out 13,000 raids, resulting in over 10,000 arrests. The target today is a takeaway serving the locals of the well-heeled area of West Hampstead.
We're here. Right, let's go. Immigration Service, you want to come inside for us? It's Immigration Service. Can you all want to come around this area for me? Put down what you're doing. Has that been clear downstairs? Yeah? Hi, from the Immigration Service. Okay, we're just here doing checks on people today. Actually, have a seat, yeah? You're right. We're immigration officers.
There are 9 employees. Officers check their immigration status.
Have you got a passport? What type of passport have you got? You carry it about with you? That's going to be fine. Lady's produced her passport to me. It's a valid passport. It's got a valid student visa in here, so she's got leave to remain in the UK.
Where's your passport? Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's told me who he is. He's told me his story and stuff. Checked on our computer database, verified it from a copy of his passport. It's all fine. He's a British citizen.
The workers prove they are allowed to work in Britain, except for one. He applied for asylum, but was turned down.
Okay, those you have got you as well.
All right, okay. He sought an application to remain here on the basis of his nationality and problems back home. That application's been looked at and it's been refused. He was asked, as a result of him being illegal in this country, to sign on at our office, which he's failed to do since 2004. Well, listen, you're under arrest. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court.
The man is a failed asylum seeker hiding from the immigration authorities. Officers will now take the man to his home address to find his passport so they can remove him from the country. Without it, they will have to ask for emergency travel documents from the Chinese government, and they could face difficulties convincing them he's from their country.
The gentleman that then is arrested got his address, so we are going to go there and search for a document. Without a document, the likelihood of removing him is very unlikely, so we are going to go and search for a passport now.
Heathrow Terminal 3. It carries over 30,000 passengers every day. That's over 10 million a year. Today at passport control is immigration officer Sheetal Patel.
Hi there. Travelling alone? Yeah?
She's about to check a woman who's just arrived from South Africa.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your stay here, yeah? How long are you going to be here?
3 months.
3 months. So immediately today, where will you be going?
I've got one friend picking me up from the airport, so I will be staying with him, or I will be staying with my other friends all from South Africa as well.
Okay. So your friend that's picking you up, is he just a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Miss Thomas, I have got some inquiries to make, okay? So I just need to take this. Take a seat for me. You'll be here with us until I finish conducting those inquiries, okay? Matt, got a referral for you. Okay, we've got a South African female. She's just coming in. She says she wants to come in for 3 months, but she's just finished a 2-year working holiday. And she's only been away from the country for a month. She says she'll be going to Scotland, Ireland, visit other South African friends that she has here.
So in 2 years here, she just didn't get around to seeing Scotland and Wales?
And Ireland and Wales, yeah.
Doesn't hang together. And the idea of a working holiday is that you have a holiday and you do a bit of incidental work.
Exactly.
And that in 2 years, you should,
You should
pretty
have
much
seen
be able to
what
see
you
what you
wanted
need
to
to
see,
see.
yeah.
So then to come back for another holiday on top of that makes me think that there's something here that's more important than back there.
A 2-year working holiday visa allows 1 year of work and 1 year of holiday.
Right, just come with me this way.
The South African woman has already had one of these visas, and now she's back just 1 month later.
Yeah?
Officer Patel wants to find out if the friend waiting to pick up the passenger is just a friend. But it seems being stopped by immigration is all too much for her.
I know you're upset, but it's just, I just have to...
I feel alone now, and I just want hours with her mom.
Do you want to give her a call? Do you want me to give...
She's at work now. I
Okay.
just want to go home. I don't even want to be here anymore.
Just grab your bags.
Although the passenger appears to have given up the fight, Officer Patel investigates further to assess her
round to the
status.
right.
First, she calls the passenger's friend waiting in arrivals.
Hi Tom, my name is Sheetal. I'm an immigration officer at Heathrow Airport. Hi there. Are you meeting anyone today? Okay, just to let you know, she's currently being held with immigration. We do have some further inquiries that we need to conduct. Is it all right if I have a quick chat with you? And how is it that you know her? You just know through friends. Are you just friends or are you in a relationship? You're in a relationship, thank you. Okay then, thank you. Bye-bye. So it turns out that the gentleman downstairs, Tom, is the passenger's boyfriend. And when I asked the passenger if it's a boyfriend or a friend, she stated that he is just a friend. To have a boyfriend in the UK creates a stronger tie than just to have friends in the UK. So it gives her that extra thing to want to come back for. So not sure why she would have said on the desk that it's not a boyfriend, but that's what we need to find out.
The passenger has lied about who was picking her up. With a boyfriend here, Officer Patel suspects a short visit might turn into something more permanent.
As soon as the deception starts, that's when our alarm bells start ringing. And, it's just that, have you got more to hide? Is there more to this than you're letting on? Previous payslip from when she was here on her working holiday.
Officer Patel and her boss, Matt Dyson, look for other clues to find out why she wants to come to the UK. They discover a payslip.
£500 fortnightly, that's not bad.
That shows she's worked full time for that whole year.
Okay.
So that's not good.
So we just need to find out if she worked full time for the other year as well.
Where is it?
Her working holiday
Finished her
visa
working
would have
holiday.
allowed her to work
Previous
12 months
payslip
of her
from when
2-year
she
stay.
was...
In this case, what we've got so far is there's a payslip there which appears to indicate, unless she was earning an enormous amount for a little bit of work, that she probably worked the whole of the last tax year, the one that we've just completed. Now, that means she's done all her work basically in that period. Now, do we really believe that in the first year she was here she did nothing at all? Well, that's unlikely, because let's be honest, if you're a working holidaymaker on a 2-year working holiday, you're not going to sit around and not work for a whole year and then just do it at the end, because your financial constraints are the same at the beginning as they are at the end, pretty much.
Good morning, my name is Sheetal. I'm an immigration officer at Heathrow Airport. Can I
Officer
possibly speak
Patel
to a
calls
manager,
the restaurant
please?
where the passenger has been working.
So she started 25th of June 2007 and departed 26th of Feb, did you say? 2009. Okay.
The manager says the woman worked over 20 months at the restaurant, 8 more than her visa allowed.
It just goes to show that she had a disregard for the restrictions that was put on her. When you do get your working holiday, you are told it's 1 year's holiday, 1 year's work, and she's abused that. Once you've used something once, you can't be trusted that you're not going to do it again. That's the thing. I've just made a phone call, and they tell me that you were employed from the 25th of June 2007 to the 26th of Feb 2009.
Okay.
Yeah? So that's 20 months.
Okay.
Yeah? Do you understand what that means?
No.
Right. When you were given your working holiday visa, you were told how long you can work for.
Yeah.
And how long were you told?
A year.
Okay. So we've now found out that in fact, you worked for over that time, which means that you breached the restrictions given to you on your working holiday. So after speaking to Tom, he's told me that, like I asked you at the desk, are you in a relationship or is he just your friend? And you told me he's your friend. But when I asked him, he says he's in a relationship with you. So who's right, who's wrong?
I mean, if you want to call it a relationship, then that's
Okay.
cool.
What do you call it?
A thing.
Okay. So
I would say we're friends.
So you guys have been together as friends, and now you're coming back to see him.
Not necessarily him, but he
Okay.
knows that.
Okay. After speaking to him, he says that you guys are in a relationship. Why would he say that? Because he says he's actually discussed plans with you and stuff.
I don't know. I don't know.
The passenger is trying to make light of her relationship. For the chief, it doesn't wash.
You can have a certain amount of sympathy when someone's dreams are not going to go or come to fruition this week, but she has told lies.
Yeah. And she's done it once. We don't know if she's going to do it again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She can go home first available flight, please.
Come on then. I'll tell you what's happening, right? We've made the decision and you've been refused entry today.
Just let me stay 1 week, and then just let me. After 1 week, I swear on my mother's life, I will go.
Your removal flight is this evening, okay? Your removal flight is tonight at 8:30. At this moment, you are inadmissible to the UK. Therefore, we can't let you go anywhere. So, unfortunately, you have to stay with us in detention until your flight. But as far as taking you anywhere and put you anywhere else, I can't do that, I'm afraid. It doesn't stop you from coming back. You can still come back. You just need to.
I would never want to come
That's
back
fine.
here.
That's fine.
Never.
That's for you.
The passenger was put on a flight to South Africa later that evening. Coming up, the passenger who doesn't want to go home.
Right, guys, well, this woman that's coming out, she's pretty volatile. We may have to offer some more formal help to get her on the aircraft.
The hunt for the passport with the London enforcement team.
We want your passport. You have a passport? One part of the job I hate.
And the student who obeys the rules twice a week.
And you've worked 20 hours a week for Asda, and you've worked 20 hours a week for William Hill. So, how many hours in total did you work?
Roughly 40 hours.
Just to see if there's any recovery.
The London enforcement team raided a Chinese takeaway and arrested a failed asylum seeker found working there. The team want his passport so they can remove him from the country. They've driven him back to his house to pick it up.
Let's go. Just so everyone's aware, there's children on the premises.
It appears there is a family living there.
Is that wife?
Yeah.
The man failed to tell the officers he was married with children.
Excuse me. All right, okay. That's your wife, yeah?
Yeah.
Upstairs, officers are met with another surprise.
Right, guys. Anyone speak English?
A tiny room with 6 beds and 4 men about to eat dinner.
Mandarin or Cantonese?
With some nationalities, you find an awful lot of people to one room. We've done a visit, well, years back now, but we found 47 Chinese in one 3-bedroom house.
The reason why we're here, okay, we want your passport. You have a passport?
It's ID, yes.
ID, where?
Yeah, go on, it's going to be fans in it. Oh, baby. Oh, you got baby as well? Oh, okay, one in the oven.
The man's wife is pregnant with a second child.
Oh, very nice.
Sorry.
No, don't you do that if you're pregnant. You shouldn't be picking up boxes if you're pregnant. Okay. All right.
Come on, sit down.
No, just sit down.
Okay, thank you.
Go on, sit down.
Anyone in the house speak English? Anyone in the house?
You speak a little bit of English, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you understand? You understand. You've been here a long time. You do understand a little bit. Listen. Right, listen to the officer, okay?
You've been here 10 years.
You understand a little bit of English, okay?
Hello? Yeah, hiya.
Home Office checks reveal his wife is also a failed asylum
I just need to explain
She
to
keeps
this
to
guy.
her bail conditions by reporting regularly, but her husband has not reported in years.
No problem. They've both been asked to sign at the same office. She was only once a month and she's signing on. She's heavily pregnant, still makes it. He's able and doesn't. He's not told us about his wife and kids. You know, these are all relevant to us making a fair decision. You know, when was he going to tell us? When he was getting on a plane? Absolutely ridiculous. Makes a mockery of the whole system.
The husband and wife claim they don't have passports. The enforcement team have heard this before.
One part of the job I hate is searching.
I enjoy it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Back upstairs, it's a tight squeeze as officers check Home Office records on the 4 men.
We've got 4 Chinese gentlemen in this bedroom. They've produced us with their ARC cards, which is asylum registration cards. We're going to check on our system to see what state their applications are in and go from there.
The discovery of asylum registration cards should mean the Home Office will have details on file.
Hello, Vicky. We're in a house full of Chinese. Could you do some checks, please?
The 3 men claimed asylum on entry into Britain.
Charlie Alpha India.
They were given temporary release, and by the time their asylum claims were refused, they had all absconded. The 4th man entered Britain on the back of a lorry.
Could you explain to him he's now under arrest as someone liable to be detained?
They are arrested to be questioned further and have their fingerprints taken. The team cannot find the passports to help remove the family from the country. It could take months to sort out emergency travel documents.
Right, we're going to release you, okay? That's not because you've been a good person. It's only because you've got a pregnant wife and child here. Right? But it's important that you come in and sign on with your wife.
He's got to act responsibly now for his family and start signing on with his wife every month.
The man and his wife are currently reporting as instructed.
That's why I'm on a guard, man.
The 4 men arrested upstairs were later released on condition they appear every 2 weeks at a reporting centre. They reported once before absconding again. At a location near Gatwick, a private security firm is gearing up for a big operation. While most of Britain sleeps, team leader Alan Mackay briefs his 68 custody officers on Operation Aardvark.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Operation Aardvark 355. We'll be returning 26 detainees to either Albania or Kosovo. We have 3 coaches going two to Colbrook and 1 to Brook House, and then we have a van going up to Yarlswood.
Colbrook Immigration Removal Centre. Officers wait the detainees for an early morning flight.
Good morning, Mr. Hassan. You know what's happening today? I'm down. Do a quick search.
I was waiting for court.
Mr. Lulaj, good morning. You know what's happening, don't you?
Of course I know.
Excellent.
I can't wait.
Excellent.
I want to go home now.
The Kosovan man arrested in a street fight has shaved his head.
Search you outside. Fly back soon.
Be back soon.
The coaches arrive carrying the custody officers.
job primarily is to take them from the custody of the immigration removal centre. They'll then be taken into our custody. Then they're brought out of the centre and onto the coaches for transportation. It's fair to say that the vast majority of these guys are they've had fair warning that they will be removed from the country. They've made their arrangements. The majority of them are happy to go. Occasionally we may get somebody that's not quite so cooperative, but we try our best.
They will pick up illegal immigrants from 2 other removal centres and will rendezvous at the airport at 8 a.m. Most of the detainees have been caught working illegally, but some have served time in prison for violent offences.
There's a good rapport between the staff and those in our custody, and we like to keep it that way. We like to make sure that we build up a relationship, a bit of sense of humour, and talk about football, find something in common. Yeah.
Today, UK Border Agency have chartered an entire plane to deport.
Okay, they're coming on. This is where the staff come into their own, really, and they start to ease tensions and de-escalate any problems that they may see arising. Nobody's going to be removed forcibly unless they resist the removal.
Just as the last few take their seats, there is a problem with a woman who doesn't want to board. The flight can't leave without her.
She's pretty volatile. Let the girls deal with it. I want you guys we want a cordon around the van. Yeah? Let the girls deal with it, please. All right, guys. We've got a female detainee that's reluctant to get on the aircraft. The girls are talking to her now. We're trying to persuade her that the best option really is to go along with us. Unfortunately, it may be that we may have to offer some more formal help to get her on the aircraft. Slowly does it, girls. Slowly does it. Slowly does it. Alright, you right then? Can we take it here or? Take the head. Yeah.
It's a delicate situation for the team already on board. They don't want to unnerve any of the other passengers.
She's afraid of flying. She's scared of being on an airplane. So at the minute we'll give her some tablets to calm her down. That's all it is. She's an elderly lady and she's scared.
The illegal immigrants are escorted back home by 56 custody officers. 4 Kosovans will go to Pristina and the rest to Tirana in Albania. When the officers return, they will need to start preparing for the next chartered flight to a different destination in a few days' time. Passport control, Heathrow Terminal 3. A passenger is taken to have his bags searched. Officer Hassler wants to know why he has come to the UK.
Just been handed this case. It's a returning student on a Pakistani passport. The issue we've got is that he's known to us for having a UK residence permit refused.
I'm afraid.
The residence permit was an international graduate scheme work permit, also known as an IGS. It was refused because his education certificates were from a UK college listed as bogus.
What he's then done, he's then reapplied for a new student residence permit. So the question is, we've got somebody who was studying, who in fact wants to work here, was refused a work permit, but is now then gone and reapplied as a student visa, which is strange to say the least.
The man has just 4 days left on his original student visa. If he's allowed in, he can immediately apply for a new IGS work permit. The application process will give him up to 3 months extra time in the UK, much longer than the 4 days left on his current visa, even if the application is refused.
Okay, we're just going to take you to another area now, okay? Well, I need to do your fingerprints, and also need to take a picture of you as well, yeah? So what I'm going to explain to you, right, you've been held up at the moment. There's insufficient reliable information for me to decide whether to grant you entry, okay? And at the moment, you've given unsatisfactory answers to the questions given by the original officer on the control. Okay? Okay. What other documentation have you got here that I can have a look at whilst we're here?
Most foreign travellers on visas bring with them
what's
a
this for?
few supporting documents. This man has brought hundreds.
So you refused?
That was a work permit, basically.
IGS, yeah?
IGS, it is.
So I mean, this is an awful lot of documentation, but you do tend to find certain nationalities will carry their documentation with them. Like I say, this is a great deal, so it just makes my job a little bit harder to sift through it all and find what's relevant and what's not. I tell you what, he's more organised than I am.
Among the documents are wage slips from William Hill, Ladbrokes and Asda. A foreign student in Britain can work a maximum of 20 hours a week.
On the control, he did tell the officer that he was working at Asda, so we need to clarify how long he's been working for Asda, because clearly if he's working one place and then working two places, then the cumulative hours would be in excess of those 20.
He also finds letters from several colleges in Britain, all claiming he is studying with them. Officer Hassler wants to know how he can be in all these places at once.
So we're going to go in an interview and we're just going to ask him about his time as a student, and see what he says, because we've got colleges overlapping, massive, we've got 3 or 4 colleges at any one time that he's supposed to be studying at. So we'll go in there and we'll have a chat and see what he comes up with, and we'll see if he can discuss his course content. Okay, what I'd like you to do, just come in here please and sit down there, alright? Are you fitting well to be interviewed?
I'll try my best.
No, I don't want you trying your best. I want you to tell me, are you fitting well to be interviewed? Because I want to ask you some questions, and what I don't want you 5 or 10 minutes saying, oh, I can't answer that because I'm not well. Are you fitting well to be interviewed?
I mean, have I got any option?
Of course you've got an option. I'm asking you a question. Are you fitting well to be interviewed? If you don't feel you're well enough to be interviewed, you tell me, and I'll refer you back to the doctor.
I think I'm fine.
You think you're fine?
The interviewers got off to an uncomfortable start, and
I
the real
will then
questions
refer
haven't even
my
begun.
case and my findings.
After the break, Officer Hassler turns up the heat.
All I want to confess is I have done nothing wrong in your country.
Okay, right, let me be the judge if you do nothing wrong, okay?
A man has arrived from Pakistan with just 4 days left on his student visa. Officer Hassler has questions about the certificates he submitted for a work permit and the hundreds of documents found in his hand luggage. He has at least 2 jobs and is studying at a number of colleges.
Why have you come to the UK?
Today?
Yeah, correct.
To study.
Okay, and where?
LSMS.
Which is?
London School of Management Sciences.
How long have you studied there?
Almost 5 years.
So, since your arrival then, you've effectively been studying all your time at London School of Management Science. Can you tell me why I have a letter from Empire College dated November 2004 saying that you were a full-time student doing a Bachelor of Science in Physics? So why would they be issuing you a letter if you've never studied there?
No, basically I didn't inform them that I left the college.
Why would you ask for this letter if you had no intention to be studying there? And please start telling me the truth, because at the moment you're not, and I can tell you're not.
No, that's what I'm telling you, sir.
That's what you're telling me.
I was still enrolled in then college, but I wasn't.
How can you possibly be enrolled in a college that you've never attended?
It's basically, sir, it's a misunderstanding because it wasn't my fault. All I want to say, I don't want to waste your time.
Listen, I'm getting paid to do this, so you're not wasting my time. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
All I want to say, sir, I'm studying at whatever I have told you under pressure, or
Listen,
confused.
you're not under pressure because I give you ample opportunity at the beginning of this interview, and you chose to say that you were fitting well. And I did say what I don't want you to do is start saying, oh well, I'm a bit confused, because your English is fine. It is more than acceptable for me to understand you, and I know that you can understand me.
All I want to confess is I have done nothing wrong in your country.
Okay, right, let me be the judge if you do nothing wrong, okay? What did you apply for in June of last year?
IGS.
And what happened to that?
It was refused.
What letters did you submit? What letters and certificates did you submit?
I did give them the result sheets The postgraduate diploma in business administration
From where?
from Westminster College of Computing.
Did you study at Westminster College of Computing?
No, sir.
Then how did you get all these certificates? You're best to just answer the truth, okay? Because I know what the truth is, and it's better that you corroborate it. So just answer me the question. How did you get these documents?
A person helped me to make these documents.
So they are false documents.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yes. Were you working?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working?
Asda.
What hours do you work there?
I worked 20 hours there.
And what about William Hill?
I did work in William Hill as well.
So, we started end of December 2006, beginning of 2007 with Asda, okay? And you started William Hill the same time, okay? And you've worked 20 hours a week for Asda, yeah? And you've worked 20 hours a week for William Hill, yeah? So, how many hours in total did you work?
Roughly 40 hours.
And you still work for Asda and William Hill, yes?
So all I want to say is I'm not breaking any law or anything, or not harming.
Listen,
anyone.
just a sec. You say you're not breaking a law, right? But what do you think immigration law is? It's not one rule for one person, one rule for another. You are breaking the law. As a student, okay, you're not allowed to work more than 20 hours a week. You're working 40 hours a week. As a student, you're not supposed to pay for fraudulent documents to submit to the UK Home Office to then try and get a work permit to live in the UK. So you tell me where you've not broken the law.
Sir, I didn't mean to break the law. It was just my fault. It was my mistake, sir. Sir, that is.
Okay. Do you need anything to eat? Food? You're okay? All right. From the very beginning, I mean, you could tell that he was struggling to sort of keep up with what was going on with regard to what his history was or what his purported history was. And we've established that he's gone and purchased these documents that he then submitted to the Home Office attempting to get a work permit. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's a clear refusal. Okay, Mr. Bourgeois? Right. I need to explain to you that you're going to be refused entry into the United Kingdom, okay?
If I go just back and straight away if I apply again straight away, I'm asking for advice.
If you're asking my honest opinion, if you went back to Pakistan and then you said next week you applied for a student visa, I would say it's very highly unlikely that you would be issued with a student visa. My personal opinion.
After a month or so.
Okay, you've got
The man has
yourself,
worked
right?
double
What are
the
you
hours
sure an
permitted for a
immigration
student,
officer?
and he's submitted false documents to try and get a visa. Yet he still hopes he can come back soon.
This is a massive problem we have now with students. It's what takes up the day, is returning students who are ultimately bogus students. They get the residence permit or they get the entry clearance from their country of origin, they come to the UK, don't ever study, get fraudulent documents to show that they have been or claim to have been studying, and then it just perpetuates itself. They get their residence permits, they get their extensions, and it's all built on a lie.